All right, now we passed your pie. Yeah, I think it's 312. But we're playing Reign of Terror, which is my weekend fort. Reign of Terror, or Reigns of Terror, is going to be a Necromancer fort. But right now it's just in a spooky biome in the middle of a billion goblins. Yeah, so we're getting there. We're getting there. Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. Hi. Oh god, my back just popped in like 2 places. But yeah, so we are, for those of you who don't know, we're playing in the most up-to-date version of the game, and we are playing a new fort, well, newish fort. A fort that I started, well, a fort that I started last weekend, 2 weekends ago technically, when I did the, what do you call it? World generation stuff. But the goal of this fort is to have something different to do over, well, until the end of October, basically, because in case, like, it's not obvious, I'm not immune to getting bored. So I need to change it up a little bit every so often. I mean, frankly, I do play quite a lot of the same fort. So in order to keep myself from going totally nuts, I do need to change things up every so often. So that's why we are adding in another fort to the mix. So we're going to be picking up Region 3, Kodam. I actually can't remember the name of the fort itself. The local government is called the Reigns of Terror, which is kind of what I've named this series. But Dark Cosmos, that's the name of it. The Reigns of Terror, of the Rag of Suns, which is a really good name. This fortress is quite literally in the middle of all of the goblin. All of the goblin. And if I hit the news button, those are all of the active battles going on. So, you know, there's a couple. All of the R's are refugees. All of the A's are active armies. All of the red lines are armies that are moving places and invading people. There's also, you know, some necromancies going on down here. And if I fly around a little bit with that turned off, there's not that many necromancers, which is why I'm actually pretty happy with this world. Like, there are definitely necromancers, but there's not that many. If I go down south and to the right a little bit, there's more dwarves down here as well as some more necromancers down here. But I decided to settle up kind of in the middle of everything up here because it was a haunted, moist, tropical broadleaf forest, which is one of the rarest biomes in the game and also has a tendency of having some pretty cool shit. Also, look at, like, the amount of artifacts at these goblin pits who we're at war with. Like, there's a lot going on nearby. There's also, you know, all of these, which are just, what do you call it? Like, just empty monasteries that are full of stuff, as well as some pretty big fucking goblin forts. Like, Dreadful Threat, look at this shit. There's 2,000 goblins here. There's one with 10,000 if I find it. Give me a second. I think it might actually just be this one. Nope, that's 400. But there is, like, some absolutely fucking massive goblin pits in this area. That one's got 500. But yeah, no, there's a whole lot going on, and so, you know, it's a little bit of fun. 200 there. But yeah, no, some of these are just absolutely huge, and so some of these human areas are also pretty big. Like this human spot has 1,000. In the time that we've been in this fort already, we've had 1 invasion and a Titan show up. The Titan killed most of the invasion. The fortress itself, and there's some of the remnants of the fighting from the Titan. The fortress itself is currently underground, but we've been doing some clear cutting because we don't have any access to elves, which is nice. Means we can just clear cut as much as we want. I mean, I could even with elves, but it's easier without elves to worry about. So we're doing that. The population is currently capped at 90, but currently we have 82 dwarves in the fort. I'm not naming dwarves after viewers. I'm naming them after things they've done. So far, mostly artifacts, but we'll add more in as they come. A lot of children in the fortress, and I'm sure there will be more where that came from. We do have a couple of sword masters in the fort and some swords dwarves in the fort, but we are slowly adding more in. If those are pits or skyscrapers, oh, they're definitely pits. Down here is the beginnings of the entrance of the fort, and we are rebuilding this because this was a what do you call it? That this was a trading depot, but we had to get rid of it because we had to make the humans leave. This is where we're growing food, and as we fly past this tiny little aquifer, which is slowly filling our well, which actually... Let's just put together a well here real quick. Sure, that'll do. We're getting a well built there, and then I can make this into a water zone. Water, perfect. Once again, up here is where we're cooking, and then as we go down, this lever needs to be pulled, I think. Yes, it does. So I'm just going to forbid this door real quick, and I'm going to pull this lever. Booze is actually good now. And then as we go down here, this is where the fort starts. So this is what do you call it? This is the area where the military trains. Working on cleaning up, barracks on the right, and then just kind of training section in the left. We've got our siege workshop down here, which I just built. And then the fort just kind of goes down this way until it hits here. And then this is our, currently there's 3 of them, but these are our guild halls. And then down here is the fortress itself. We are slowly expanding. This right here is kind of our main, like, masonry spot. Up here on top of it, we're going to make another spot for blocks, or another spot for storage. And it's also got our gems, and most of our crafting is going on right here. Over here is mayor's shop, or the mayor's office. In the middle here, we kind of have our kitchens. We don't actually have a proper... oh, no, we do have a proper tavern. We don't have a proper temple yet, which is what we need to work on today. This is our temple. It's just like a 4-tile square. But if I go down a little bit further, this is our tavern and bedrooms. So we've got our tavern up in the top / middle area, bedrooms obviously around the bottom. And up here, I am working on a water flow so that we can power stuff, so that we can pump water from underground up into something. I haven't figured out where I'm going to pump it yet or how we're going to do that, but that's what we're working on. So that is the Reigns of Terror. We haven't found much in the way of military metals yet, so we're still kind of trading for all of our resources. But we're doing our best. We are doing our best. Anyway, now's my question for you guys. Huh? How's all of yous doing? How's everybody's day been? Because like I mentioned earlier, like, yeah, I've been doing a bit better, but like, I kind of work in cycles where like I'll be fine for a bit, and then I'll be terrible for a bit, and then I'll be fine for a bit, and then I'll be terrible for a bit, and then rinse and repeat, and it just kind of continues indefinitely. Like I don't know how long it'll be before I'm not fine again, so cherish it while it lasts, I suppose. Oh yeah, Dwarf's skill list. Okay. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about this? No, are you talking about the labor list or the skills list? I'm assuming you're talking about the skills list, right? Also, Virgin Guilt? That's a last name. Oh, you mean it orders these? Playing Factorio and you just finished your tea? A lot of the Factorio nuts have been playing that King of Industry thing. I wonder if that game's gonna be any good. Hey, Pimp Lord. How's things? If you press C, then it will only be labor? What do you mean? Oh, I see. You can filter out. Oh, I get what you're talking about. Huh. You know, I never hit any of those buttons. That's interesting. You can filter out certain skill types. That's interesting. Actually, a question. Can you... Oh, you can filter out miscellaneous jobs. You can filter out combat jobs. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That is actually kind of neat. Huh. It's a shame I'm learning that now after the Steam version's going to be, you know, out in half a year, but... I asked on Discord if I should wake up at fuck off in the morning to watch Sochi, and Eripterus says absolutely, and my response is absolutely not. I don't care how silly that race is going to be tomorrow. I am not waking up at 5 o'clock for 5 o'clock in the morning to watch a goddamn race. Absolutely not. That one's going to be an on-demand view for me, I think. Yeah, I had no idea that you could do that. That's the thing about a lot of things in DF is like what one person considers common knowledge, no one else has ever tried. It's like that 1 week where all of the DF creators learned that you could set zones to flow instead of just drawing squares on the ground. It's like I never knew that. Or the moon. Yeah, it's like when I told Krug Smash that there's a moon in Dwarf Fortress. It's like when that sort of stuff happens. Uh-oh. And then he told me that you can speed up and slow down the frame rate in real time, which I also didn't know. Dwarf Fortress, it's just an interesting game like that, where the people who play it the most don't understand everything about it. We're just prepping power. I don't actually need this much power. This is going to end up being way too much power, but... Like, chat, what's a random thing that you thought was common knowledge about DF and then realized that nobody knew, aside from, like, you know, the thing that Stone was just talking about? You must depart from being awake now? Or are you in that part of your sleep schedule? We'll see you when we see you, Stone. You have a good night's sleep, man. You know nothing, Jon Snow? Is that what you mean, Norstat? But the inaccurate thing is, like, Jon Snow doesn't know nothing. Definitely doesn't. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. What is the Game of Thrones of video games? I'm working on it, but it's never going to be done. Because, like, I don't believe that Valve is actually working on Half-Life 3, so it's not Half-Life 3. Is Star Citizen the Game of Thrones of video games? Anyway, I was thinking about that last night while I was, like, editing. I'm just like... No. You think Star Citizen? Because, like, I don't know. Duke Nukem whatever. But that came out though. Is that an accurate like response? Because like that game's out though. Alrighty, cutest. I see the clip. I will set that up after stream. Took 17 years. Yeah, but it's out though. So maybe like, you know, 10 years ago. Dwarf Fortress? I don't know, but like again, I believe Dwarf Fortress is actually getting worked on and will actually come out. But maybe Dwarf Fortress is that. I think I'm with Hobo. I think it's Star Citizen. Because like, as broken and janky as Dwarf Fortress is, to me there's more interesting, unique elements about Dwarf Fortress. But maybe that's just a matter of taste. Maybe that's just taste. I mean, Spore is certainly something. Spore is certainly something. You know, honestly, like, Spore is a weird game now because, like, the weirdest part about Spore is I feel like every year since Spore's been released, I discover more Spore defenders. Like, every time we talk about Spore, I feel like there's always one person who's like, hey, I really liked Spore. It's like they just got it when they didn't pay a lot of attention to media or something, and then they played a shit ton of it and really, like, I feel like Spore is like that game that a lot of people played a lot of before they paid any attention to games media, and then like 10 years later they got into actually following the industry and are like, and everybody's like, yeah, by the way, that game's bad. You got it day one? Yeah, by the way, that game's bad. I know so many people who got Spore day one when that game was new. And I remember so many people being so annoyed and so mad. Although you think DRM now is bad, you should try Spore. Yo, you can only install that shit 4 times. Like, holy hell. That is the worst. The absolute worst. Yeah, but like, buying Spore on Steam now, it's like, you can get it for $2 on sale. Not, like, you could buy Bad Rats for $2 and have an hour of fun with it. It's great until a space stage. Okay. Actually, chat, here's a question. All right? Just for the sake of conversation. What's a game that is widely accepted as terrible that you love? Assuming you have one. If you don't have one, then obviously, like, that's not a question for you, but... What is a game that is widely considered terrible that you love? Also, the Dwarven Outpost Liaison has arrived, and I don't think we actually have a trading depot right now. No, I currently don't. They're working on it, though. Spore! Smile. Okay, maybe. Oh, fair. Postal 2? Is Postal terrible? I thought Postal's good. I thought that I've never played a Postal game, but I always thought that those games were like in the it's so bad it's good kind of area. You know what I mean? Doran says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'd like all of the military-related metals. Steel. Iron. Platinum, why not? It's not military, but I'll take it. And pig iron. All right, I'll do. I thought that people like that new Postal, though. Is it Postal 4? I think it's Postal 4, isn't it? Doran says, Tosid, Tosid, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. So this dwarf named a artifact after themselves. And then apparently got elected to mayor this year. Tosid, who named a artifact after themselves, was elected mayor this year. So apparently now Tosid is our mayor. So I will give you all of the mayor things. And also you want me to make 3 helms. Do I even have stuff to make helms? I think I do. Iron bars, okay. Iron, helm, 10. Let's make 10, because I need 10. And check how much charcoal we have. Let's make another 100 charcoal. Rayman M. Because you know it's a game that is widely considered terrible that I love? Worms 3D. I unironically adore that game. I know it's not good. I'm very well aware that it is not good. Like, it runs like ass, it plays like ass, it looks like ass. It's not a very good game. But good lord, do I ever love playing it. Like, that game is just, I have so much fun playing it. I'm going to go suspend a bunch of Mason's Workshop jobs because I need that trading depot done. Yeah, but it makes for interesting conversation. Saying games are subjective is like saying, I don't want to take part in this conversation. Right? But what makes the conversation interesting is, why is that game that is widely, not accused, referred to as not good? Why do you like that thing? That's what makes the conversation interesting, right? So just saying art or games are subjective just negates the whole point of the conversation, which is why. It's like, I really, really, really like Star Wars Episode 3, the video game for the Game Boy Advance. Is it any good? Absolutely not. It's a terrible, like, hack and slash pseudo 3D game, and it's not good. But I have very fond memories of it because it was a game I got for my birthday, and it was the only game I owned for a while. I kind of adore that game. And we have some stuff to trade. I don't know. I do think that there's an interesting conversation as nostalgia is often part of the answer. Sure, but again, like, okay, so Norstat, I'm like, hey, guys, let's have an interesting conversation. And Norstat's like, your conversation is stupid and irrelevant, is basically what you're doing. You realize that, right? Like, that's essentially what you're doing. So if you want to do that, be my guest, but thanks for just, like, completely negating my conversation. So what would you like to talk about? Because it's clearly not what I would like to talk about. So what would you like to talk about? Then what is your goal? Because that's what it seems like. Regardless of whether or not that's your goal, it's certainly going to be the outcome. What does that have to do with anything? I mean, the entire Earth doesn't seem fun this year. Or last year. Or probably next year, for that matter. I'm just trying to start conversations because my stream lives and dies by conversations, right? So the more active and the better the conversations we have, the more active and the better my stream will be. the less active and the more we shut down conversations, the less interesting my stream is. Because like that is literally the whole reason my stream's interesting. Export of helms is prohibited. Okay, we can do that. So, I'm just saying, like, Toulon gave birth to a girl. Good for you, Toulon. But what we really need is to trade. Silver, platinum, iron, black bronze, gold, big iron. What else did you bring? Copper, steel, platinum, bronze. Which I can't afford. Go take a nap then. Isn't that what you always do? Did you have a dream and a song to sing? It was awful. You know, I'm not really one to dive into the meaning of dreams, but now I really want to know what that dream means. What in the world could that dream possibly mean? Ugh. Because usually my dreams, like, pretty simply can factor down to, like, anxiety or stress or distress or some form of depression or some form of trauma. Like, my dreams are pretty distillable pretty simply without much effort. And whenever I hear about a dream like that, where I'm just like, I have no fucking idea. Like, I'm always just, like, I wonder. It's like when I dreamed I got banned from Twitch under false pretenses, which actually was kind of recently. It was a couple days ago. I dreamed that I got banned from Twitch, and it was literally like a like wake up, just like kind of halfway panicking, like, oh god. I'm gonna put some cage traps here, just in case weird animals walk past. It's like fixing past mistakes before charging forwards ahead and dragging issues with you. Yeah, nobody likes dragging issues. Nobody likes dragging issues. That's something that we can all agree on. You know, like, I always have, like, this irrational fear that everybody just hates me. An engraver guild. I thought we already had one of those. Or maybe, like, it just formed and now they're asking for a guild hall. But anyway, the Mountainous Guild has many members in Dark Cosmos and now requires a grand... Oh, never mind. They want me to upgrade it. Great. Well, time to upgrade the guild hall. The Boulder of Earth is the guild of the Mountainous Guild. The Guild of the Hiccups is what it is. The Boulder of Earth, which is this one. Which means I need to increase the value of it. Let's make 2 platinum statues. Put some more stuff on the floor. There's an engraving of a chair, of a table and a throne there. You feel bad for them? Why would you feel bad for them? My parents' dog will like randomly yip in her sleep. It's kind of adorable. Then you poke her and then she like licks you and then she's happy. So, I mean, if you feel bad for dogs for having weird dreams, just wake them up and then they're fine. Is she back yet? She's still at my parents' house because I might be hanging out with a friend on Monday. And so like I can't leave her alone like at all. So if I leave for like more than 5 minutes, she howls, which could get me fined because I don't have a dwarven child has been stricken by. Oh shit! We must have had an artifact start yesterday that I totally missed. Well, rip ton. Let's make 30 rock coffins real quick. Speaking of children screaming, there's a child screaming. I wish it would shush. Can you guys hear that? There's this child going, ah, really loudly outside. It's a terrible sound. So like, if I didn't have if she didn't howl, she would be back by now. Makes me want to equip the power of get the fuck off my lawn, child. Keyboard is lagging, is it? But yeah, no, I don't mind having the dog, but like the last few days I had her were kind of a test of my patience because she refused to eat one day, and it wasn't really any of my own doing. She just decided that she didn't want to eat. And then after that, she, like that last day she was here, she just like randomly started barking for no reason, which is also not something I can deal with. And I'm pretty sure it was just because the neighbors upstairs were stomping, which is just something that they do, because the neighbors upstairs have kids and they make loud random noises for no reason. So I don't know, like I can't let my neighbors know that I have a dog basically when the dog's here. So the reason she isn't here right now is because various reasons. But he was fine after a week. Aw. Poor Pooch. Dude, lynx are like kind of terrifying, not gonna lie. My parents' cat survived a fight with what we assume was a raccoon, dislocated both of his back legs, and shattered one of his front legs. So now he just has severe arthritis. But that cat's got 1 billion lives, so he's doing all right. Heliodor. Helidor? Heliodor. I'm assuming, I know that that's a gem cluster, but I've never seen one of those. Heliodor. Oh, it's the urine gem. Chad, does that not look like a urine gem to you? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but does that not look like pee? It's a kidney stone. Oh, dear. If one tried to make a popsicle full of pee, I'm sure someone's done that. That's 1000% happened. Like, it has a yellow snow aspect to it. Yeah, I don't know. I read that as a large German Saint Clair, like the dessert. And my knee-jerk reaction was, man, I would like to fight one of those. Sounds delicious. Go to bed, Bastet. Sleep well. All right, let's just... This is where we're going to put coffins, because we're going to need them. The short hair was spooked. Well, I'm glad that the cat was fine. Yeah, currently we're talking about either I'll take the dog back on Tuesday or the week after. We're not sure. Depends on what my parents have time for. And then I'll probably take her for another, I'd say, week, and then she can just go back to my parents' house after that, because then I have to go on, well, I don't have to, but I am going on vacation after that, so I will be gone for a couple of days when I go to the island. All right, let's place some coffins. An island, yes, we have a lot of those. I'm going to Vancouver Island to visit my sister. An island that's bigger than most European countries. It's basically BC's retirement home. Just look up Vancouver Island. That's where BC's capital is. Just need to make sure that I have a coffin up and running. Up and running? Ready to go. Let's fly back up and work on this. No. So I need to get the value of this thing up to 10,000. You know, let's deconstruct this. We'll put those two artifacts in there. Yes, it is indeed an island, and it is indeed a big island. It was between that or just going to one of the smaller islands, but I need to go on vacation at some point, so I'm going to Vancouver Island. Did you not know that Vancouver Island existed? I mean, I guess that makes sense if you've never been here. But, I don't know. It's not something that I really think of. Just gonna put the artifacts in there and finish this. So how many engravers do I have? I've got, like, 30. 30-something stoneworkers. There we go. That sorted the problem. No, you don't need to go somewhere tropical to go to an island. Also, this is me we're talking about. I hate heat and hate humidity. Think I would go somewhere tropical, man? Also, do you really think I can afford to go somewhere tropical? Also, our borders are still closed, and I don't have any family anywhere tropical. Although technically BC is one giant rainforest, so technically it is tropical, sort of. Man, I can't afford to fucking fly anywhere, dude. How the heck would I do something like that? Alright, I need a proper temple. A proper temple. So I think we're going to do a temple here. But yeah, no, I don't like heat, so I would never willingly go somewhere tropical.
There's something strange here. Ah, yes, it's prime time. Fuck yeah, Bezos fucks.
You know, I know you typed in Bezos bucks, but it sounded like she said fuck yeah, Bezos fucks. Anyway, thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for our 28th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for B-Lug continuing to be a rad individual and supporting the stream so that I can have the coolest job in the world? Because fuck yeah, Bezos fucks. Ugh. Also, I don't know if Bezos fucks. He probably does, but certainly doesn't have... He gives off more like dystopian CEO aura. Less of a, like, Hugh Hefner type. Is this something I want to do multiple times? Maybe. Yeah, it is. He looks like a Bond villain to you. He's less of a Bond villain and more of like a Austin Powers villain because of how bad he is at getting to space. Like, he's been trying so hard, and you know, like, 6 out of 10 effort. The actual Bond villain is Elon Musk. Come on. Like, Elon's the one who will be cackling and stroking a cat in, like, 20, 30 years, and Bezos will just be, like, sitting in a bunker going, I told you I could do better! Or something like that. Like, he's just gonna be, like, hiding in a bunker pissed, whereas Elon Musk will just be like, yes, it's all going according to plan. So that's kind of my take on the billionaire bullshit. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. The question is, where does Bill Gates fit into that scale? Out of like billionaire from billionaires to Bond villain, like where does Bill Gates fit into that scale? That's the important question that we all need to figure out the answer to. I mean, I'm sure. I always joke that he probably doesn't know that Twitch exists, but like, I'm sure he could do that. Gates has been like doing good generally. Like, say what you want about Bill Gates, but generally, like, you know, dude's built a lot of toilets. Like, generally, Bill Gates has been doing pretty good stuff. Certainly not the worst. Oh, absolutely. Or less a la Transformers and more like, actually, maybe Elon is like the unknowing, like, accidental villain because, like, all of the Teslas in the world just get hacked and, like, guns come out of them, and it's like that one part in Iron Man where suddenly there's just, like, all of his Iron Man suits are controlled by the wrong team and they start blowing up the good guys. Like, that kind of shit. I could see that happening. As long as I get to fight on the side of the machines, I'm down. You were just thinking about that Iron Man. Was that Iron Man 2? I don't know. Those three movies just kind of run together in my brain. Let's just smooth all these. Those are going to be my proper temples. They've already taken over. They're just running social media. Norstat. That's the thing that we all need to like accept when it comes to like the inevitable robotic apocalypse is that they've already taken over. We've already lost. We just haven't realized it yet. We're like the frog in hot water, slowly boiling. Maybe you won't be placed in the mines. No, you'll be placed in the slightly warmer mines. You just won't be placed in the mines in Antarctica. You'll instead be placed in the mines in like California. Riot Law, what's up? How's things? It's like a manual of shitty and legal corporate behavior, but it's always getting away with it because money. Yeah, but like Microsoft at this point doesn't equal Bill Gates anymore, right? Like that's the thing. It's like, yes, I completely agree with you. Microsoft is kind of a, as a corporation, kind of a shitty corporation. But like, Bill Gates is just like running around spending money and building toilets and stuff. So. I don't know. You gotta redeem yourself somehow. And if it's just like giving money to philanthropy, then you know, what else are you gonna do? I'd rather he does that than tries to tell people to buy Dogecoin. Frankly, because like nobody benefits from buying Dogecoin. There's a child dying because I apparently had an artifact that I forgot about. It was way more than a year or two ago. It was almost a decade ago now. Bill Gates left Microsoft a while ago. Around the time he left to be a full-time philanthropist. No, we can't fast death? It won't be that fast. Besides, I think it was called short death something, was a one-shot fortress in a bloody haunted biome that Picture Point did. He called it was like Fast Death Millennium or something. Or it was Short Death something. It was, I think it was Short Death something. Where he just played on a haunted biome for the first time ever and just immediately died. Like, that fort lasted like 2 hours or something. Yeah, they will starve themselves to death. But, I mean, it's not small or anything. Like, this fort's got 83 dwarves in it, and we're not going to crank the population up until we are ready, and then we're going to crank it up to 200 and then fill the whole thing up. And 2 decades ago. Fully left the board in 2020. Gotcha. I mean, dude's basically retired these days. I don't know. I feel like Bill Gates would be a really fun person to hang out with. He seems like a really interesting fellow. Like, out of all of the billionaires in the world, he's the one that I would actually... Like, him or, oh, what's his name? Warren Buffett. Those are the two, like... So, like, celebrity rich people that I actually wouldn't mind talking to. Elon, I feel like I don't know if I could have a conversation with him without, like, wanting to punch him. Unless I was stoned. I would smoke a joint with Elon. I don't know if I could actually have a functional conversation with him, though. Whereas, like, some people call me a journalist. If I had the opportunity to interview a billionaire, I'd want to interview Bill Gates. Just to listen to him shitpost. Yeah, yeah. See what kind of billion-dollar startups he could do during a good sesh, you know. But I don't know. Like, as far as billionaires go, like I wouldn't even want to be in the same room with Bezos. I feel like I would just get mad if I saw him in person. Maybe wondering what his home planet is like. When I have a friend who claims, or I know somebody who I've met through the internet, not really a friend, just somebody who I know, who claims to have sold a PlayStation 3 to Elon Musk. Because when the PlayStation 3 came out, it was getting scalped to all hell. And he bought one early and managed to get a pre-order in for 2. And was going to give this, or like his friend was going to pay him for the second one. And he got them both on launch day, and his friend backed out at last minute. Was like, actually, I need the money for rent or something. And so he put it up on eBay, and almost immediately got an offer for almost twice what he'd put it up for, which was already above market value. And the person immediately reached out via email and said, can you overnight ship it? I'll pay the shipping. And this was shipping from San Diego up to San Francisco. And the person he was shipping it to said that he was good for the money and he worked at PayPal. He's like, I'm one of the big wigs at PayPal. I'm good for it. I can pass it to you. No problem. And he claims that it said Elon Musk on the payment receipt. It stops making sense the next day again. Yeah, no, I can agree with that for sure. Also, I feel like Elon Musk is the sort of person who would scalp. Like if Elon Musk wasn't a billionaire, I feel like he'd be scalping PlayStations and Xboxes and Switches. Like I feel like he'd be that guy. Like if Elon Musk wasn't a billionaire and the pandemic happened, I feel like he would be the guy scalping toilet paper at the beginning of it. You know what I mean? Like he'd be that guy, and like buying all of the stock of the hand sanitizer and selling that at extremely marked up numbers. Like that would be Elon Musk if he wasn't a billionaire. Chat, I'm all about like weird existential hypothetical questions today for some reason. It's just because I'm sleepy and I didn't sleep that well last night and my brain is like all Dungeon Man's video. What is, like, if you were a billionaire, what kind of billionaire would you be? Would you be like the, I'ma just hide in a bunker and not tell anybody that I'm a billionaire and just quietly invest all of my money? Would you be the, like, celebrity billionaire a la Elon Musk or a Bezos? Would you be kind of just the philanthropist? Because I think, honestly, I would probably just be the hide in a bunker. Like, and just not tell anybody that I was a billionaire is probably what I'd be into. I'd probably be that kind of person. Hide in a bunker? A sexy billionaire? Wait, so you just, like, have, like, so you'd actually be a Bond villain, then? You'd live in a volcano and just have, like, you just live in a strip club all the time? Just have, like, fancy dancers around you all the time and just pretend that you're not a billionaire? Not tell anybody that you exist? And then invite, like, the world's powers over and, like, create the new world order? You'd be that kind of person? Drop 100k anonymous on streamers just to watch them freak. You don't even need to do. Here's the thing, like with streamers though, streamers are easy for a billionaire. Like you don't even need to drop 100,000. You could literally just drop like, and I'm gonna say this like it's not a lot of money, but it is a lot of money. Like, you could just drop, like, $50 and make some streamers freak out. I would buy an F1 team for my son. Wait, hold on a second. They haven't bought Haas yet, though. That's the thing. I'm sure he would if he got the opportunity, but Gene Haas still owns that team. There we go. That's going to be our temple. What was the name? Which zone was the temple zone? Ah, the dominant responsibility. Oh, hey, the child died. Yay! All right. Said nobody ever. Rest in peace to Tun, the dwarven child. Try to end aging. That's something I will never understand. Is like people's obsession with trying to figure out how to not get old. It's like, and stop wasting energy on trying to figure out how to not get old, and instead spend that energy on keeping yourself fit and in good shape and in good health. Like, significantly more useful to everybody involved. Meditate on chaos. I like this dwarf. 63 years old. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. What is the god you worship? Oh, and you're married to Faith. Jagged. Also, you have a lover who's not in the fortress. And a pet rooster. Seriously, what god do you worship? All of them, apparently. Jesus Christ, you literally do worship all of them. Our god of the Rag of Suns takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels and wealth. Rag of Suns most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with painting. Takes up form of a male dwarf and is associated with chaos, war, valor, and love. There you go. That's the god of chaos. What's... Fun. Do you want to live forever? Otherwise, it will be the ukulele F1 team. I mean, the Haas is like, air quotes, waiting for next season, right? And before Haas just becomes like an okay midfield team next season. I don't think it'll happen, but that's what they're banking on. I mean, they're gonna have a Mick Schumacher again, so there is that. Good song, though, Disperse. Since we're talking about rich and famous people, you know the thing about Michael Jackson renting out a grocery store? It's like, haha, silly rich guy on the surface, but super sad when you think about it. I mean, it's sort of like when Beyonce had her kid, and she, like, basically bought the whole hospital. Like, that's a thing worth looking into, actually. And then there's, of course, all the conspiracy theories that she never actually had a kid, which she probably did. But that's a... Yeah, like, quite literally, she bought the whole hospital for the week. In complete with, like, security and their own staff. And drop a couple hundo subs. I saw a clip of that happening once, and it was very wholesome. Also, hello, Admiral. How are you? Pray to Kubal the Flaxen. All right, how's the power situation coming along? Lots of canceled jobs. Let's unsuspend all of those. let those get finished up. This is going to be our power assembly. Did I ever hook that up? No, I didn't. Okay, you hook up to that. Trying to figure out how to do this safely. Because that right there goes down to there. I mean, Hobo, do you remember when, I mean, he's kind of a piece of shit, but do you, or not, he's a massive piece of shit, but do you remember when, Notch, became a bajillionaire, and then was like, yo, I'm gonna fund Psychonauts too, and then just decided to not? Do you remember that? Does anybody else remember that? When Notch sold Minecraft, and he was like, yo, I'm gonna fund Psychonauts too, and then just didn't? I don't know if anybody else remembers that, but that was a funny bit of random video game lore. And then it came out anyway, so. Shoutouts to Psychonauts. Subducem. The name of the sword is now Subducem. Dastot. Dastot. What does Subducem mean? Subducem. Definitely doesn't mean Subducem. It's a masterful iron short sword. Named Dripworked. It definitely means Seducem. Dripworked is the name of Dastot's sword. Have I checked out Songs of Six? I mean, it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress, and I hate Factorio. It's also not much like Factorio either, but yes, I have. It's more of like a Dwarf Fortress-inspired city builder with combat. You ate chili popcorn with him and his wife? Yeah, I mean, I have witnessed him give large sums of money to streamers I like, but he's not a good person on the internet. But we've had this discussion before, so. What is that? Sulfurite. Boo. No, I'm saying that that game does have combat. But most city builders don't have combat. But no, Songs of Six is nothing like DF, which is why I haven't played it that much. But yes, I have played it. I have like 15 hours in it. It's okay. It's okay. It's very early. There was enough things that annoyed me about it that I just didn't stick with it. But I'll go back to it at some point. Mostly it was that it crashed my OBS. But I have a question for you. Have you checked out Odd Realm? It's like Dwarf Fortress, but it has multiple playable races. And also, it's much lighter and easier to learn. It's also like $10. That was like maybe one of the weirdest streaming issues I've ever had, is just a game that just for some unspeakable reason makes my OBS crash. This is very odd. Very, very, very odd. I don't even know if it was the game's fault. That was just really weird. I still need to check if it still does that. People go crazy after they get super rich and don't keep busy. And Notch very much got super rich and didn't keep busy. You know, it's kind of sad. It's like right now, Bobby Kotick is actually being forced to like make changes at Activision Blizzard because of the sexual harassment cases, but not because, you know, sexual harassment and crappy misconduct is bad or anything, according to them. But just because it's bad for business and it makes the company look bad. So quite literally, like, the reason they're actually making changes is because they're like, well, see, this kind of, like, misconduct is bad for money. And it's like, the whole, like, they're not, you know, trying to make changes because they feel bad. They're trying to make changes because they're losing money because people are, like, getting harassed, which is just awful, but also just the way the world works, unfortunately. But he used to be a nice guy. I believe it. I believe it. But like I said, people kind of go crazy when they... And later tweeted how the candy was rotting. Yeah, like I said, I think the dude went nuts. I will reiterate what I said a minute ago. I think the guy went nuts. But I will not defend the things that Notch has said on Twitter. Because he's kind of a bad person. There are some things that you just shouldn't say. And I fucked up. Don't fall in the water. There we go. All right. I'm also just realizing that I actually screwed this up. Put the digging line a little too early. We're gonna have to get the dwarves back inside in a minute. But yeah, no, Notch is, in my opinion, as somebody who's I've never met the guy in person, but he's very much strikes me as the Michael Jackson of the video games industry. Kind of lost it in a lot of similar ways, which is just kind of sad. I'm gonna be completely honest. It's just kind of sad. It's like you don't really want to see people go that way because it sucks. But it still doesn't excuse the things he's said. All right, let's get everybody inside. Get this built. And then we can, uh-oh. I accidentally locked a dwarf outside. Well, shit. Let's unlock this. You can do it, Squug. I believe. Did a child just... Why are you out here? All right, let's make another burrow, which is just these stairs. down to here. And this. Get in there. Party dwarves. And then we will unsuspend that. Actually, I will remove that. And we will get this filled up with literally anything. He's just said some extremely transphobic things on Twitter. Which is one of those don't be an asshole things. It's like, nobody really cares what your opinions are. Yeah, among other things. Like, that's just the one that I always like to jump to. It's like, it's one of those, if you are a famous rich person, just, you have one job, and that's don't be a douchebag. And if you're just mean to people, you're not going to be very popular for very long. And he was very mean to people. And still is very mean to people. So, that's kind of all. Is there a reason we haven't finished that wall yet? Ah, there we go. Someone's gonna go fill that in. Perfect. Let's turn that off. Yay! Okay, so now I can just pull a lever. We can get all this stuff put away. But first, let's just let them get all this stuff done. I generally play vanilla unless I use overhaul mods. I don't use any, like, minor mods, Admiral. But I will go on and do playthroughs of overhaul mods. Like, this year, I've played the Star Wars overhaul mod. I've also played the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom Super Mario Brothers mod, which is a blast, by the way. Quite literally. Also very dark and masochistic. I really want an official tile set for that when the Steam version comes out. I also want it to get updated in general. I've been kind of tempted to try the My Little Pony mod just for the lulz. Maybe I'll do that on April 1st. I don't know. Then the one I need to actually properly dig into, I have an install of it, is the Long Night. But I feel like in order to do I think I might do that one over Christmas, like do like a cyberpunk Christmas or something. But yeah, I do use mods. I generally play vanilla when I'm doing my normal playthroughs, because like Dwarf Fortress is a game with so much variety. Yep. I personally don't feel the need to add in more content with mods. Like it can be fun, don't get me wrong, but like I don't need it personally. I need to hollow this out and do something with it. I don't know what. Why do you ask, Admiral? You know what? I'm just gonna hollow most of this out. And I'm going to use this as a metal stockpile and maybe a forge. Just curious? I got you. But the reason I don't use DF hack and other assists like that is, for me, they kind of take away some of the enjoyment of the game and just make the game more fiddly than it should be. I don't like adding unnecessary fiddle to an already pretty fiddly game, and I know there are certain features that come with DF hack that make the game more manageable, but because I didn't learn the game with them, I'm not used to them, so they don't actually make the game more manageable for me. Like, the game's just as manageable with and without them. And I find that tabbing between Dwarf Therapist and back is just more annoying than productive. Like, yeah, it does speed things up, but then like I have to jump over the mouse and whatnot, and like all that's together is just kind of almost more annoying than time saver for me. So I don't actually find any of that stuff to be helpful. So that's the reason I don't really use that stuff. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel where I talk about why I don't use DFHack, or Therapist, but it's just kind of combination of personal preference and just meh. All right. And personally, I don't really care how people play the game, but I do often recommend that people learn the game without those tools just so that they don't become accustomed to them. I think you'll get better at the game in the long run if you don't use them. An eye fell somewhere. I mean, Hobo, don't you want to see My Little Ponies just like get cut into tiny little pieces in Dwarf Fortress? I'm just saying, because like we could just add all of the MLP shit in and then still play dwarves. And then just like invade the My Little Ponies with necromancers. I'm just saying. There's also that Pokemon mod that I would like to try at some point. Although that one would probably drive people nuts if I played it, because people would just be like, how do you not know what this shit is? Because I know like absolutely nothing about Pokemon. Baby stuff? You do your baby stuff. You have a good afternoon, man. I've seen enough Grimdark Pony AMVs in college. I mean, I don't know what I'm more distressed about. The fact that you just said that so casually, or you know, honestly, I'm not surprised. This checks out perfectly, Hobo. Perfectly. Ow. I mean, the beauty of DF modding Night Castle is a lot of them stack pretty well. In fact, there's a prepackaged version of Dwarf Fortress from 2014, which is a prepackaged Dwarf Fortress plus the My Little Pony mod, plus the Mushroom Kingdom mod, plus the Star Wars mod, plus a third. Like, there's one others on top of that. Kodal is giving birth to a girl. Hell yeah. New baby in the fort to replace the one that died. You didn't die, did you? Nope. But did get hit by a log. It took you a year to get disgusted? I'm impressed. I didn't actually know that about you. You learn something about people every day. Damn. Yeah, no, I was immediately disgusted by bronies years ago. That was one of the fastest things that I got disgusted by. I'm trying to think, what's something that I was way into for a bit that I'm now disgusted by? Except for maybe trilbies, which I was definitely way into for a little bit, and that now I'm disgusted by. The internet just ruins good things. This is the actual reality. You had a wig and everything? Oh my god. Damn, you're not joking. You were in for a bit. a couple Too Mellow digital albums. Dude, Too Mellow's great. You know, you know what's hilarious to me is that the music industry thinks that we don't sell music. You know what I mean? Like, as far as the music industry is concerned, streamers are thieves profiting off of their content. Yet I played a Too Mellow album and you just went and gave Too Mellow some money. Like I'm just going to assume that you paid $10 each, because that's an easy number to assume. And Bandcamp takes 10%. So if you bought them both on Bandcamp, then you just gave Too Mellow $18. That's like an hour's pay at a warehouse job. Then the weird happened and you got away. Oh, really? Man, half of my chat used to be bronies. Wow, okay. Okay. I mean, I got way into Adventure Time for like a month. And then started absolutely hating it. And I never came back around on it. You had a group of like free friends, you'd hang out and get baked and watch. Okay, this makes a lot of sense now. You'd hang out and get baked on Saturdays, and when it came out, they were all fairly normal. But then you just kind of dropped it, and the other excuses to hand out. And so, yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough. Troglodyte is fighting with something. So we have another one of those really, really, really steep hills. And things keep falling down it into here. Which is kind of great. I'm just going to make sure that that corpse got dealt with. Definitely did. Wait, what? No, it didn't. I don't know. I think it's crazy to me that people seem to think. When people ask you what is in a black hole, the answer is nobody knows. If they keep asking what it is, then you say My Little Ponies. I mean, a lot of matter. That's what's in black holes. Also, why do people ask you what's in black holes? Are you like a black hole scientist or something? That's a really stupid question to ask. A vile force of dankness has arrived. Ruh-roh. I don't see them. Where are they? I mean, I see the dwarf and... Oh, they're there. They've got troll crossbowmen that have elf names? Run inside, boys. Run inside. The goblins are here. We must get inside. So that we can do this. Pull the lever. Stat. Anybody want to pull that lever? Who is pulling the lever? Okay, someone's coming to pull the lever. Okay, lever has been pulled. 130. Oh boy, that's a lot of them. It's a lot of trolls and a lot of goblins. Just an amateur, you have a nice observatory in your little town run by volunteers. Oh, that's awesome. That's actually like a way cooler response than I was expecting. When I was younger, as part of a extracurricular field trip thingy that I did, yeah, they're getting caught in my traps. Excellent. As part of a extracurricular field trip thingy that I did when I was younger, we went and did observing, and we got to look through telescopes and look at like Saturn and all that. It was a great time. I really enjoyed staring at the moon. And during this, there was a meteorite that came down, which was supposedly the size of 2 fists put together in the sky. This was like 2008-ish, 2007. And I was looking in the other direction and missed it. And I vividly remember the entire area lighting up. Like, I was looking in the wrong direction. And I have this vivid memory of just like the person who I was talking to at the time, my friend who was standing right in front of me in pitch darkness, because we were in one of the dark zones where there's almost no light pollution here. I was talking to a friend of mine who was right in front of me in pitch darkness, and then suddenly his face lit up like a fucking high beam was pointed at him, like a car light was pointed at him. And everybody's like, oh my God! And then it was over. And I turned around and it was gone. I've seen videos of it since from like dash cams and shit, but like, I'm still mad I wasn't looking in the other direction. Oh, you missed that emote the last 2 days? Well, I'm glad that you missed the emote. So anyway, we're under siege now. I had 1 shot and I missed it. It was sad. Sad days. All right. The other thing, there's 2 things that we need to do now. There's no melt designated items anymore. RIP. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to start working on a reservoir is one thing that we need to do. And then the other thing we need to do is we need to start building pumps. Although I don't actually need to build pumps. But I do need a reservoir. So this is going to be power. And because we have power, we also need a reservoir. So
This is madness!
Madness.
Madness. This is
Oh, you're at work right now? Alrighty. Yeet. Safe travels, man. Or were at work, I guess. I just want to have stairs going everywhere that make this easy. Vertical axle. I'm also going to use these to power some mills. Not entirely sure why I'm bringing power up here, but I am. Actually, also, let's cancel that and put a gear assembly here because that's actually what we need here. We're just going to have power running through the fortress, basically. I just really like making powered fortresses. Although the problem is, no, I'm out of wood. Oh well. What the heck is a Stigaz pipe? The hell is that? Never heard of that before. Why does that lead to the raspberries page on the DF wiki? Does anybody know what the heck that is? Because, like, the DF wiki is giving me inconclusive results. Well, regardless, I need to wait for this siege to go away before I can build what I need to build, so it doesn't matter. Oh, it's got, okay, yeah, it's got to be a proc gen instrument. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's one of those, oh, right, duh, moments. Duh, for sure. It's just weird because I was like looking for pipes, right? And then it's just, or pipe sections. And then realizing I don't really have enough of any of these materials to make these. Unless I start melting down zinc, but even then. Actually, you know what? Let's melt galena ore. Yeah, let's do that. Let's smelt galena ore. Because what I actually need to do is I need to have a secondary entrance that leads to a drowning pool. But even then, I'm only gonna pump because it's safer than doing other things. Actually, is lead magma safe in DF? Because I will have a lot of lead. I'm trying to think about like pumping lava and such. I've never tried doing stuff with lead in lava-related things. So I don't actually know. Yeah, I'm only like a third awake today. Like I've said a couple times, it's literally just because I've spent far too long today in the last few days just editing. It's not magma safe? Okay, that's what I thought. I know I could use it for water, but not fire safe? Really? Lead burns? Huh. Alright. That's one of my favorite surprises that a lot of people don't realize is like, I was watching a stream the other night and this person had built this massive like this massive above ground fortress, and it's like 90% made of wood. I was just watching, I'm like, so man, it'd be a shame if like a forgotten beast that breathes fire shows up, or a creature that breathes fire shows up. Because man, that'd be a shame. Lead, yeah, it tends to lead me astray. This is where you boo at me. Has enough heat to melt it. Wow. I mean, true. Lead is really melting point of lead must be really low. So, can I I'm gonna link something in chat because this looks like an otherworldly creature from some fantasy story. Also, that first comment is very funny.
You suck.
I mean, they aren't. So naturally, that comment is completely correct even. Also, chat, a small comment for later today. I'm in this video game. This game. And as of the 3rd, I can play up to chapter 3. Should we stream some of this tonight? Well, I mean, I'm not in it, rather, actually. I am an Easter egg in it. An optional Easter egg that you can choose to unlock if you so desire. It's quite literally just a Metal Gear game. Also, Billionaire owns this game. I need to tell Billionaire to use my code so he can hear me yelling in the background. I may or may not have crammed a couple of DF references in the background. My God. I really hate my phone providers sometimes. If their prices weren't cheap, I would leave them. They just sent me an email about sign up for Costco membership. It's like, God, you too? Oh. Oh. The goblins have a were-deer infestation. Huh. Because look at this. They suddenly were all fighting with Gebdum. Gebdum? Bit a troll. Bit another troll. Bit a troll. Bites a troll. Wow. Well, that siege ain't gonna last for very long. I wonder how many of them got infected. 'Cause I don't think they're just going to leave after that. A favorite piece of DF trivia? Cats don't die in taverns anymore. And, do I have a favorite piece of DF trivia? Chat, what's your favorite piece of DF trivia? I'll try and think of one. I'm trying to think of one that, like, isn't super commonly known. Oh, there's a moon that tells you the moon cycles in the top right, probably. It's probably the moon, actually, because of how many people I realize don't know that that's a moon in the top right of the game. I should really just take a throne and name it Squad. So yeah, it's probably the moon. I would honestly say that the moon is probably my favorite piece of DF trivia. Because it is genuinely hilarious how many, like, major DF people haven't heard of it. I don't know. I've never tried, Taiga. I feel like having military were-creatures is more dangerous than it's worth. Especially considering they'd kill each other as well. And you don't have any control of when they come back, so if they come back during a full moon, you're literally just summoning were-creatures on yourself. Ugh. I'm literally just waiting for the full moon to come around again to see how many rare creatures got infected. That's just science? Dangerous science, for sure. Dangerous Science sounds like a show name that would have been on Nickelodeon. Dangerous Science with Teddy McTavish. And then they dump a big bucket of goo on your head. And make you eat shaving cream. Actually, my favorite tidbit about DF is that there are gnomes in Dwarf Fortress. Good luck finding them, but they exist. Good luck finding a dark gnome. Do I have a Baron now? Aloth, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baron of the Machrosness. Is that mine? I have a Baron now. Huh. All right. Well, shit. Cool. Who are you? You've learned about milling, but you were bored after being unable to practice a craft. And didn't feel anything after being unable to acquire anything. And didn't feel anything after being unable to be extravagant. You're 32 years old, born on the 3rd of Opal of the year 522. All right. He is short and obese, and his sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His medium-length beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. He has a narrow chin, and his hair is burnt sienna. His eyes are heliotrope. He personally finds leisure time wasteful and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and dreams of raising a family. He is completely unmoved by art and natural beauty of nature. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and he is stingy with resources on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, dislikes helping others, all right, and is inattentive to detail in his own work. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He has a calm demeanor and is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he stares intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is a hardened individual. Would be a really good... Whoopsies, that's the wrong button. Would be a really good military captain, actually. The Baron of Met Roughness. Met Roughness. Met Roughness. Met Roughness. Sounds like a video game. A noble, all right? Actually, not that bad. I mean, I'm gonna put him in a squad. Also, something I need to do. Is we need to get pigtails up and running. So I haven't actually done that yet. Oh, of course the Baron's doing it. Perfect. Does he have offspring or a wife? That's a good question. He is married to Shortast and is the son of Besmar. And he worships a god. Yeah, he has a wife who's in the fort. Shortast. And he worships a god I haven't read about, who's a deity of the pregnant realm, most often takes the form of a male human, and is associated with poetry and writing and scholarship. So this dwarf worships a human god? He's a former member of the Dusk Company of Lobsters. He's the Baron of the Rag of Suns and a militia dwarf in the Reigns of Terror. And arrived at Mom Kordam on the 21st of Sandstone in the year 551. Seems like a decent dwarf. A decent enough dwarf, anyway. I think we can make this into your quarters / bedroom. So no offspring. So no hammerhead covers, but is married. Because we also need a office. And I have a feeling because he likes poetry and such, we need to give him a library, right? So I'm thinking we make this spherical room here into a library form. What do you think? We make that into a library and welcome our new Baron and Baroness. It's a pity he doesn't dream of ruling the world. That would be a fun life goal for him to have. But, oh well. Can't have everything. So that'll be dining room. That'll be bedroom up here, and then this can be throne room. And then circular room in the center can be library. Rock bookcase, let's do 20. Doesn't even matter the material. I'm quite literally endlessly amused by nobles, though. Maybe it's kind of a not popular opinion, but I do honestly really enjoy that shit. I feel like I'm kind of in the minority on that. Like, most people are annoyed by nobles, but I find nobles to be a bit of fun. I find that they are generally a bit of fun. Like, what do we have for cloth right now? Not much in the way of thread. $137 cloth. Let's just make 2 looms and 2 clothers shops. And we're gonna auto loom thread and all that. I had a multi-generational noble line once, but that was because I had a noble that had like 11 children and then they kept dying. Well, he died in the military and then they all died. But that was pretty quick. That was in like rapid succession. It was like, so-and-so has inherited the throne. 5 minutes later, so-and-so has inherited the throne. Now that could be fun. That could be a lot of fun if they made a demand which is like invade these people. Is single and has no children. Mood. Also, Moses or Mamuz. The miller has gone into a strange mood possessed by unknown forces and has claimed cursed Durf's Verkshirps. Crafts Dwarf's workshop. Also, chat, I just want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. Just thanks for hanging out and watching the stream. I have the coolest job in the world because people hang out and watch. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for you guys. So thanks for hanging out, watching, and helping me have this job. Because I know it's cheesy and said frequently, but, like, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, so. Well, I mean, I would be, but the stream wouldn't be. I wouldn't be able to do this. So just the one weredeer. There's a troll in that tree. They're fighting with an owl. Wonder if they're winning. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Or a little lurky? So if you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. I was gonna post a thread on the subreddit tomorrow, but I don't know. Maybe I should have done that today. What tune is that supposed to be to, Exxon? I'm always, like, perplexed when I see, like, troll crossbowmen. Like, I'm so used to just seeing, like, oh, it's just a troll. Whenever I see, like, a troll crossbowman, it's always like, whoa. It's not the usual. Getting stuff set up, or starting to anyway. Bringing bits and pieces up here real quick. I don't believe I know that tune. Maybe that's a good thing though. Let's also make some more of those bookcases, which is Alt-C, which I never remember the key combo to. All right, so this is going to get assigned to the Baron, and obviously the Baroness. This is going to get assigned to the Baron. And also, naturally, the Baroness. Same with that. All right, so we are making some progress. We need weapon rack and an armor stand and a tomb. Question is, where do I put your tomb? Thinking down with the other tombs? You know, I kind of feel like I do sometimes right now, Axon, where someone states something and I'm like, what's that? And then they're like, this thing that everybody knows, or they say it in that sort of way, and then I'm like, I have no idea what that thing is. That's kind of how I felt when Baby Shark became the biggest thing on the planet. When it was like, oh my god, Baby Shark's so annoying. And I'm like, I've known that song my entire life. And people are like, no, it's brand new. And I'm like, no, I've known it my entire life. It was a campfire song when I was little. And to this day, I still don't fully understand why it's so popular and also why people think it's so annoying. Because to me, it's just like, yeah, I mean, that's just a song I've known my whole life. Like, yeah, it's a little repetitive and kind of monotonous, but like, it's still just that song. So it's like never bothered me. Baby Shark slaps. Said nobody, but you know, I'll bet you that it would get you struck off of the planet if you streamed it, but like I kind of wish that I could buy that on vinyl. Actually, check. Can you guys do a real quick Google search and figure out for me if Baby Shark is available physically, especially if it's in a 45 format? Because I think it's because kids annoy their parents. Yeah, it's no, but like parents, those parents are my generation, right? Like parents like in their early 30s and like late 20s are my generation of parents that all somehow didn't know it and all somehow are super annoyed by it. It's that generation that perplexes the ever-living hell out of me because it's like, wait, how did you not know this song? And I can't be the only person who's perplexed by that. Yeah, I gotta do a Reddit thread today. What's to do a Reddit thread? Nah, we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. On USA Amazon? How much? Fuck that shit. $11 tops. I'm willing to commit to memes. Like, I'm willing to accept $12 in tips to buy Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. But no, I'm not gonna commit that hard. Although I almost bought like a full-size LP, which is just nothing but Rick Astley and very different versions of Never Gonna Give You Up. There's a album that is bouncing around in existence that apparently was released in the late 2000s, which is just, it's a full-size LP, and it's just like Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up, the instrumental, and then a bunch of covers of Never Gonna Give You Up. So if you want to own an album that's nothing but Never Gonna Give You Up, you could buy that if you want. You'd have to be fucking mad, but you could do that. So theoretically, you could indeed own that. And then this is also going to be for Baron. You know, now that you've stated that you want royalty to be able to demand war against certain people, kind of makes me want that as well. Speaking of strange moods, what are you currently working on? What do you need? Quartzite, that platinum, rough black pyropes, Morians, hamster leather. What do you need? Do you need bones? Bones. Go figure. Well, we're slaying a cat because it's the only thing I can get bones from. It's not. It's really, really not. You can get a, like, mid to high end, setup without... okay, why is there a dwarf outside? You can get a medium high-end setup. I am very perplexed. Without actually spending more than you would spend on a TV. Like, my whole setup cost me less than 500 bucks. Most of it was like gifts given to me by family members, bits and pieces I accumulated through things and stuff I bought at thrift shops and on Craigslist. And yeah, it's not an expensive hobby. It can be an expensive hobby, but like so can anything, right? It's one of those like it's as expensive as you want it to be hobbies. And like records can be as cheap or as expensive as you want them to be too. Like if you let it be an expensive hobby, it certainly can be. But like a decent record player, new these days, 200 bucks for a decent one. For a good starter kit one, about 200 bucks. And that's with an amplifier included. So you don't even need to buy a separate amplifier. If you want to buy a separate amplifier, you can get a phono-specific one for about 100 bucks. And then you'll spend a little less on a record player, or you could spend a little more and get a little bit of a nicer one. So you could spend about $300 on a record player. Then you just need speakers, which is like 150. Yeah, and if you're willing to fix and tinker and fiddle with stuff, then you can spend like almost, I don't want to say nothing, but significantly less again on a setup, because at that point all that you are doing is just going out and buying antique stuff. I mean, and then records themselves, if you're willing to buy stuff used and you don't like want to only have original copies and you're okay with buying represses, then like you like a new record is like 20 bucks top, 20 to 50 bucks tops for something brand new, depending on how limited it is and how fancy it is. And there's another one, another weredeer. Also looks like that siege ended. Yeah, so they basically ended up fighting themselves off with were creatures. Let's make sure that this goblin leaves, and then we will open the door and let the dwarves out. Yeah, the goblins killed themselves with their own deers. Has nobody butchered that fucking cat yet? Oh, never mind. It's not bones that we need. Well, we did butcher the cat, but... Oh. The dwarf has begun their mysterious construction, I guess, or is about to? Okay, so it was cat bone that you needed. What are you going for? Oh, piece of wood. What is this fort? This is my September-October fort. The end goal is to build a necromancer tower and go to war with everybody. But currently we are constructing defenses and such. There you go. You've begun your mysterious construction. Continue that mysterious construction, good dwarf. No. Not at all. If I was trying to die as fast as possible, we would have died in about 6 seconds. I could kill all 7 starting dwarves in like under 10 seconds. So, no, we're not trying to die as fast as possible. Just trying to have some fun. Do stuff a little differently than my main fort. Also, I have a question. Why does everybody automatically state that that's dying as fast as possible? It's like, well, no? Not even close. Dig down one layer, channel down a square, lock all the dwarves underground under that square, and then dig out the floor around you and cave it in on your dwarves. Done. Go to speedrun.net and look up fun% Dwarf Fortress, which is the speedrun of just killing all of the 7 starting dwarves. No, not by default, but they can become undead. Necromancers are just perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies that are immortal. But you can make them undead by killing them and then resurrecting them, and then they lose all their moods and they become a lich. Although they're still titled a necromancer, but I call them liches. Momo's Odom Thol, the miller, has created Rathilirist Ngut Gazom quartzite mug, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kogan Gravel Recluses. It's worth 84,000 Zethal. This is a quartzite mug. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned quartzite cabochons and decorated with dog bone and pomelo wood. This object menaces with spikes of platinum, black pyrope, and morion, and giant hamster leather. On the item is an image of Ago Seduce Ulcers, the goblin, and Bernacht, the giant jaguar, in tiger leather. Bernacht is striking down Ago. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Ago by the giant jaguar Bernacht in the North Jungle in 186. Yeah, and that includes world generation. Ironically, I've watched that speedrun about a dozen times, I would say, and I think I can do it faster. I'm pretty sure I can beat fun%. Yeah, but hell% is less interesting in my opinion, but well, that's just a lot of digging straight down. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress speedrunning is not the most exciting thing, in my opinion. Not exactly the most surprising thing. One of these days. I don't know if you guys would actually want to watch me speedrun Dwarf Fortress, though. That's the thing. Speedruns in general are pretty crazy when done well. Doesn't matter what game they are. Such a cloud of dwarves. Holy shit. It's kind of great. Neil, thanks for those. Cheers. It's not going to take long. I mean, it'll be short runs, that's for sure. One of my favorite speedruns to watch back when I used to watch a lot of speedruns was the Putt-Putt series speedrun. It's beating every single game in the Putt-Putt series. And it's like 30 seconds a game. Like beating the entirety of Putt-Putt. Because like I remember trying to play Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo when I was like, I don't know, child, very little kid, and like never figuring out those stupid fucking puzzles. Like I must have played that game on and off for like a year. I don't believe I ever beat it when I was a little kid. And just watching somebody beat it in like 12 seconds is just amazing. Other Portal Taz speedruns? Yeah, I find Taz speedruns a lot less interesting, just because it's like, well, it's just a Taz. Like the second it's a tool assisted speedrun, like that's significantly less interesting to me. Because like anybody can make a bot to just, you know, do a thing, right? TAS is like watching machine learning in real time. Oh, absolutely. I mean, it takes skill to construct those, but it's like watching the replay of a sporting event knowing the outcome. You know? It's still fun to watch. It's just I find it to be less interesting than watching live. That's just me though. All right, let's get some rock ore down here. Yeah, this is going to be our forge down here. I mean, usually when I'm watching a speedrun, I'm watching a speedrun streamer, right? So I'm there just for the stream as much as I'm there for the actual gameplay and runs. I've never been super big on Kaizo Mario or Mario Maker or any of that. Metroid's fun to watch, though. Although all the Metroid speedrunners I used to watch stopped streaming. I'm sure there's tons still, but... It's sort of like I stopped watching Portal speedruns when the Portal speedrunners I used to watch all quit. It's kind of like, well... Happy trails. But I don't know, my streams are like the opposite of speedrunning, because speedrunning kind of requires two main skills to be good at. One of them is muscle memory, and then the other one is visual awareness. Oh, three main skills: visual awareness, muscle memory, and pattern, like remembering patterns. And I'm really bad at all those things. At least doing them quickly. I just don't think I have the reflexes to be able to do it in a way that is exciting or interesting to watch. Oh shit, I got a bunch of steel anvils. Willingness to fail over and over and over again? Wait, what? I thought I made you guys a guild hall. I'm sorry. No, totally. I mean, like, I have the willingness to fail over and over again, but, like, I've tried speedrunning games in the past. There's a game called Contrast I speedran for a bit. This was, like, before I started streaming. Contrast. I tried speedrunning for a bit. I was able to get my time down to about 30 minutes. The world record, I think, was 11 minutes at the time. And I just kind of hit a skill ceiling where it was like, maybe if I just grinded it nonstop for another couple of years, I could get to that point, but it's like, it's not necessarily for lack of willingness. It's just there are some people who picked those skills up a lot easier than others. Dwarf gave birth. It's like, for example, back when I used to play League of Legends, I got up to Diamond 1 in League of Legends. But in order to do that, I had to play about 15 hours, not 15 hours. I had to play about 8 to 10 hours a day, basically, to get to that point. And I did, because I had nothing better to do after I finished school. So, like, for a good while there, I was playing that much. Whereas most of my friends could play, like, 1 or 2 games a day and just have a high enough win ratio that they'd pop up to those ranks pretty quick. So most of my friends, when they played League of Legends, would just skyrocket through those ranks. And it would take me 8 weeks to get to the ranks that they were at so I could play with them again. And the amount of playtime I had was just, like, demonstrably higher than any of my friends. Just because, like, technical skill and visual awareness for me is so much lower. It was the same with Counter-Strike. It was the same with all the FPS games I played. Like, in order to actually get good at games, I had to put twice the time in than most people. And it just kind of got to a point where it was like, I'm getting less results for significantly more time. And it's the same with speedruns. It's like, in order for me to do that, I have to put significantly more time in than most people for the same result, and that's just very demeaning after a while. Like, it's really difficult to actually do that for me. So I don't know if anybody here has ever had that experience, but it's really frustrating. So you're getting your DF itch scratched by being here. Well, cheers. Thanks for hanging out. We're building a fortress in a spooky biome. We just had a siege deal with itself because they had a weredeer infestation, which is kind of lovely. So the siege kind of just sorted its shit out without me even having to take part. I wish I could make a stockpile for just stuff that needs to be melted. That'd be really nice. I can do a brief overview tour. Yeah, could do that. I don't know why this mouse is hovering in the middle there. Probably because I was definitely not playing Cookie Clicker. Stop accusing me of crimes. So we're in this spooky haunted jungle. The entrance is kind of ugly right now. We're working on it. This is where we're doing our farming. There's a little aquifer there, which we have a little well connected to. As we go down our stairs, we got the spot where the military is training. We've got one spot for a siege workshop because somebody demanded one of my mayors demanded I make it, and then he got voted out of office. This is where the Baron and his wife lives. Those are my guild halls and some storage. This is the actual fortress main layer, I guess. Down here is the forge that we are working on. Maybe at some point it'll be a magma forge down here. We'll see. Down here are the pump, or the power that's going to eventually power the pumps, which I'm just realizing is missing 2 water wheels, which I can finish now. Down here is the reservoir, but we need to get all this rock out of it first. Down here is some storage for food, and then down here is the tavern and temple. The tavern is kind of that circular thing in the middle, and then the temple is that red thing up in the top left, and bedrooms around in the weird circly smiley face thing. And then if we go down, this is coffins. So there's not much to it. This is like, I don't know, hour 10 or so of this fort. Only just started this fort. VODs haven't even started going up on YouTube yet for this one. I mean, actually, I'm about 2.5 hours in today. And there is 9 hours on YouTube, so about 11 hours into this fort. Oh, although those are hours that haven't actually gone up yet. That tavern is particularly cool looking. I'm planning on adding on to it. But kind of waiting on all those rocks to get removed first. But I fear that if I add on to it too much, it'll stop looking cool. I mean, this is just cobbled together without any sense of design, so don't give me too much credit. If it actually had sense of design, then it would have coherent patterns and stuff. Just don't make squares and connect things with big hallways, and it'll look badass too. That's literally all I do. Like, it's nowhere near as fancy as it looks. I'm just saying, you can too. Just suspending a bunch of jobs so that they go and make those, so that the masons stop making blocks for a minute and go make these forges. Hey, if you like grids, make grids. If you like circles, make circles. If you like balls, make balls. You like inverted pyramids, make inverted pyramids. If you like pixel art of Mario shitting, make pixel art of Mario shitting. You do you. Now I actually want to see somebody make pixel art of Mario shitting fort. I'm sure somebody's done that. Cupo could do it. If you don't make the last one. I'm sure somebody already has. As long as you're not being racist, make whatever fort you want. Let's just make a ammo stockpile in the middle, and then also put weapons and trap components. But only metal. Let's also add in armor. You'd like earrings. That's not what I wanted. There we go. That's like saying I'm not racist, but I'm racist. For me, like, role play the way your faction should play. If you believe that your faction is at war with elves, then be at war with elves. If you're in a faction who's allied with the elves, be allied with the elves. Change it up. Be interesting. Have fun. Just remember that the meanest people in Dwarf Fortress are actually the humans. And not the human faction. The player. So don't be a douchebag all the time. Just sometimes. Everybody needs an adversary. But when you talk about it like that in the Twitch chat, it does just read like racism. And bad people do use Dwarf Fortress as an analog to create, like, some really shitty anti-Semitic humor. So be careful with that stuff, that's all. Be a good person. I genuinely don't understand the dislike of elves in DF though. Like this is just me talking bluntly at this point. Like I do not understand the hatred of elves. Because like they bring big tasty creatures. Like I've gotten pre-trained domesticated giant elephants from elves many times, and like unicorns and various other really fun massive war creatures that I've then gone to war against the goblins with. So in my opinion, like elves are just kind of like the shop dealer that's a little picky, whereas it's like the goblins are the big bad in my opinion, if anything. No, it's because people are racist and they like to make people go after elves. That's all. Like literally, like the reason elves are so popularly hated is because 4chan exists. Like quite that is the reason. Yeah, it's a meme because 4chan made it a meme. So saying it's just a meme is fine, but just realize that it is a meme that exists because people are racist. Quite literally, like that is the reason behind that meme existing. And so do humans, or so have humans. I mean, yeah, you can just edit your RAWs, Dandy. And that's not hard to do. So you're saying that elves eat their enemies, but humans believe that murder is fine, assuming you don't get caught? Like literally the humans have legal murder, assuming you don't get caught. Every faction in DF has a couple of quirks to them that could be considered evil by modern human standards on Earth. By our standards, every single faction in DF should be considered evil, with almost no questions asked. So, I don't know. Like, the excuse of, well, elves eat their enemies, it's like, so what? Alright. It's a hell of a lot better than what goblins do. Yeah, and that's usually on the player, right? Like, they give you hundreds of trees to chop down, right? Anyway, I'm not gonna... this is one of these arguments that I'm tired of having because people just seem to think that it's me being crazy, but, like... it does genuinely weird me out. Because, like, people are always looking for an avenue to throw out their inner thoughts, right? And if that avenue happens to be racism, then they will find analogs for that so that they can fantasize about it, even if they are not going to say that in public, right? So it kind of makes my skin crawl when I read that stuff. When people are just like, I don't believe that this is real, but here's a thing where it's real for me. It's like, well, that's still fucking weird, so... Sure, I've also gone to war with other mountain homes as well. It's fun. Starting civil wars in DF is great. But it does genuinely irk me a little bit, the way that the first thing it always is elves. Like that sentence irks me. It makes me feel ill. Maybe I'm just too delicate. I don't know, but it does genuinely weird me out. Lake Bear. Reading stuff like that. Like there's I've encountered too many bad people on the internet over the years, and it's just anything like that just makes me feel kind of sick. I think I don't think it would bother me so much if it was just if people just said elves. It's more the fact that people say knife ears. You know? Like that like I feel the same way when people refer to goblins as greenskins, especially because half of them are gray. Like it just makes me feel wrong. I don't know. Sure, I mean, that's one thing, but that's not the way people talk about it, Tygo. That is not the way people talk about it. It's always you guys who bring this shit up, too. It's not me. So. I think about it this way, Dandy. It's like every faction in Dwarf Fortress is unique. Every faction in Dwarf Fortress is absolutely horrendous in some way, for some reason. Dwarves are extremely greedy and destroy everything. Goblins have like legal murder and torture people for fun, and are inherently cruel. Elves are like your weird religious people who eat the dead enemies after battle, which is fair enough. They're basically like, if anything, the elves are kind of badass. They're sort of like New Zealand Aborigines. Like they're kind of awesome in a way, if you actually think about it. The humans are just a hive of scum and villainy, and gremlins are awesome, and kobolds just steal things without the ability to actually resell them. So it's like everything in Dwarf Fortress is very much a stereotype. But the problem is when you take stereotypes and associate them with a specific thing, they can become really twisted really quickly. But are quite happy to listen to their legendary poets. I mean, sure. Like, that's not actually that far off either. The dwarves have arrived to trade once again, so let's see if we can... Did I not? I'd swear that I made a bunch of those. Yeah, I did. They're just in bins. But I don't know. I do genuinely believe that the evilest character in any Dwarf Fortress game is the player. Can't export earrings, noted. I'm not telling anybody how to play a sandbox game. I'm simply just saying, please don't equate murdering elves to racism in my chat, because everybody does, and everybody does it unironically, and everybody does it for humor's sake, because they think it's hilarious, right? I'm not forcing anyone to play the game in any way. I'm just asking, please don't refer to elves as knife ears in my chat and joke about genocide. That's it. I'm not telling you how to play the game at all. If I was telling you how to play the game, I'd be saying, play the game this way. I'm simply stating, don't talk about elves in racist ways in my chat. I'm flabbergasted that you think that there's a difference between those two things. Doran says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. I mean, the whole plan of this fortress is to build up a military power and then go to war with goblins and humans. That literally is what I'm planning on doing in this fort. I would go to war with the elves as well, but the elves are at the other end of the world, and that seems like inconvenient. So I might do that too, but like eventually, but later. But that's not the way I talk about those characters, right? It's the verbiage that is chosen to be used by people that makes me uneasy. Play the game the way you want. Because, you know, I remember when Dwarf Fortress blew up way back in the day on 4chan, and I remember seeing screenshots of people caging elves and putting them into air quotes concentration camps. I remember that. I remember seeing those screenshots. So that's what I think of when I see people referring to elves as knife ears, because that's what they called them back then. And it still makes me feel uncomfortable when I see that. So maybe just use Dwarf Fortress as a way to educate yourself about racism in our world and play the game the way you enjoy. You know, that's the point. Go to war with everything. Kill everyone. Fuck yeah. Have fun. Murder everybody. Make a little tiny fort. Don't go to war with anybody and try and survive against undead hordes. Become the Necromancer Tower and raise armies of undead and throw children into lava. Have fun, you know? But just realize that every stereotype and every joke is based in truth. And realize that elves are often used in anti-Semitic humor on the internet. Also, like, if you want to dive even deeper into that shit, you can then, like, look into what fantasy tropes are based on, which literally is an excuse for easy racism. Like, if you go back in time, like 100 years in our own fiction, and read about why elves exist, and why goblins exist. Look at old D&D artwork from the 80s. For fuck's sake. It's like, it's educational in an interesting way. And it's part of the reason I love this game so much, is because this is a game where you can literally, like, look at a dwarf's description, look at their mindset, and read that this dwarf is racist. They do not trust others that appear differently or look unusual. They do not like being around people who act differently and look differently than themselves. And then you look at a different dwarf, and you go, this dwarf is super tolerant. When you look at another dwarf, and they're just like, they love being around those that, they're perfectly comfortable around those who live differently from themselves. You're a super tolerant dwarf. Not everybody is like that. And you need to read that. The desecration of the dead is one of your big no-nos. Here's the thing. You can respect somebody's work, but it's also it's also worthwhile to educate yourself on what that work was based on. I love a lot of Lovecraft's writing. Holy fuck, he was a horrible person. Like, absolutely fucking god-awful piece of shit human being. But I love a lot of his writing. But I love it because I understand where it came from and what it's based on. And you can use that as an educational bent to learn things about us, right? And the fact that Dwarf Fortress is deep enough that we can have these discussions while playing the game, I think is part of the reason why Dwarf Fortress is so fucking interesting. Because there's not a lot of games that let you do that. Most of the games are like, hey, Gandhi shoot nuke, lol. You know what I mean? It's just like an example of the power that this game has. I need more melt then. I ran out of melt designated items. That was fast, actually. Well, how much metal do I have right now? 50 iron. How much copper? 71. Let's make some breastplates. Oh, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm just rambling. Oh, I mean, no one can change how people think by force. But I can have interesting discussions that I think are interesting. You just spammed the Avorian server with 500 iron gifts for the Gremlin from ARS Space Ad campaign. Wait, hold on a second. Are you trying to make the Gremlin take over space? I wish I could figure out how to play that game quicker. I've been trying to learn it myself, and it's that game's tricky. I do like logging into that server late at night and just seeing a signpost that says Gremlin for Mayor, Gremlin for Intergalactic Space Pope. You know, it's kind of funny. Someone said that I overthink things so much that it's painful. Like there was somebody who was in my chat a while ago, This was like before I hit episode 100 of Long Death. And this person was just like, you overthink things so much that it's painful, and this is why I hate leftists. Because all you do is overthink things. And are they just insulting the fact that they think I'm smart? Because that's all that I read that as. It's like, you're smart, fuck you. Like, to me, it's still genuinely one of the funniest things that's ever been said to me. Alright, we need a bunch of clothing stuff, so let's buy all the cloths that they has. The Kremlin for Mayor bus. Please do me a huge favor and put all that shit up on the workshop. You should also buy a space station and name it Long Death. I'm just saying. That needs to happen. Some people bask in their blissful ignorance, and who am I to throw shade at their bright and shiny world? Man, I wish I could live in that bright and shiny world where I don't overthink anything. That seems really chill, I'm not gonna lie. You got an asteroid and can make a mine on it and might be able to call it Long Death? Well, if you can, I'll figure out where Long Death is and fly there in my tiny ship that keeps getting blown up. I'm also going to buy a bunch of meats. Ooh, prepared pig brain, black bear brain. Lovely. Moose spleen. Good stuff. Rat kidney. Ew. Okay, all of those are just like, ooh, interesting. Yeti liver. More like Yeti deader. Yeti dead forever? Alright, let's trade. There we go. Trading complete. Alright. That should be fine. We'll get some of that stuff done. What, completely overthinking stuff? How so? How does that close you off from life's experiences? It's like you can experience many things, just acknowledge the implications of said things. That's more about what it is. That's more what it's about, in my opinion, is just simply acknowledging the implications and the ramifications of things. And understanding why something that is enjoyable to you might be harmful to somebody else. You can still enjoy that thing. But just realize, just because something is good for you doesn't mean it's good for everybody. It's like, I can eat and enjoy a steak, but I realize that cattle are destroying the atmosphere. Just means I won't eat and enjoy a lot of steaks. I still love steaks. I just, you know, have 3 steaks a year instead of 2 steaks a week. Which I think is perfectly reasonable. So I don't know if that necessarily counts you as closing yourself off from life's experiences, but... Although I would also argue that a lot of things in life aren't worth experiencing because we shouldn't do them. But, yeah. I mean, I'll never eat an endangered animal, for example. I guess that's closing myself off from life's experiences. All right. Entertaining thought, though. mayor wants 2 toy axes. I guess I can't tell them to make a toy axe. I mean, I can tell them what material I want them to make it out of. See if that gets them done. All right, I need to find some more dwarves that'll fit into the military. We dream of creating a great work of art. How about this siege engineer? Dreamed of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. You want to pray? You want to practice a craft? You want to acquire something? You want to practice a martial art. Are you brave in the face of danger? Impervious to the effects of stress? Ooh. Sometimes to a detriment. She is wearing physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She's greatly moved by art and natural beauty and troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world and tends to avoid crowds, has a sense of duty, and she is quick to anger. All right, yeah, you're going to join the military. Get in there. How about you? You want to pray, you want to acquire stuff, and you want to practice a martial art. Dream of raising a family. She's completely convinced of her own worthlessness. I feel that. She's very quick to anger, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has a calm demeanor, and she's pleased by her own appearance and talents. She often acts with compassion, and she tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. I also feel that. Yeah, I agree with the moderation thing. A lot of people don't agree with the moderation, though. Meditate on death. Frequently depressed, is very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. It's very polite. Can you handle stress? Tends to think before acting, tends to not reveal personal information, is bothered by this since he values friendship, is slow to anger, isn't particularly curious about the world. Yeah, you can join the military, you'll do fine. After you're done meditating on death. Never envies others' status, situation, or possessions. Is very curious, sometimes to his detriment. Is an optimist and likes and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Enjoys the company of others. You know, honestly, you seem like a pretty cool scholar. Also, for reference, I've got very little love for the human race. I do have a lot of frustration about the human race, though. You want to fight. You want to raise a family. That's why you want to fight, right? Revels in chaos and discord. Well, I guess this person is posting in the meme room. Encourages it whenever possible. That is naturally trustworthy of everybody. Trustful of everybody and never feels hatred towards anything. It's almost never discouraged and is often cheerful. Tends to assume the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and isn't interested in what others think of him. Well, you can also join the military. Curious about what this dwarf goes and grabs. Let's also melt all of these. Melt all 28 of those anvils. Another sword gets named. I think we're going to start going and stealing books pretty soon. Alt-C for bookcase. Yeah, I don't know. Talking with people is a difficult thing for me these days because I often feel that people either don't take what I'm saying seriously or they just don't care. So generally these days I don't even bother conversing with most people that disagree with me. These days it's just like with people it's there's one of two right answers, and it's either you're wrong and they're right or you're just wrong. And it's almost impossible to like actually have an interesting discussion anymore, which kind of, I don't know, it's kind of unfortunate. Because now it's just, and then maybe this is like a result of anonymity in the internet, but it's like people's knee-jerk reaction to somebody disagreeing with them is to be insulted. It's like, well, we can disagree without being insulted. And there's our library. But I do honestly feel that the more... was that even a joke? Well, it's more just you saying that you're wrong on that. So I don't know, and that kind of just sucks in my opinion. I do hope that one day, as a species, we kind of get past where we're at right now, which is just instead of discussing things, or at least I hope that my age group gets past this at some point where it's just like, instead of discussing things and having conversations, we just get offended and mad and yell, which is kind of where we're at right now. It's like people have like forgotten how to debate. Debates are now just insult slinging competitions. That just kind of sucks. Not a fan. Toy axe. We got one toy axe done. I mean, we are... Actually, I read a paper. I found it through Reddit. I can't remember what website it was on. But I read a paper a couple of weeks ago, months ago, a while ago, sometime during summer, about how our brains are going to stop evolving because instead of needing to continue boosting our own personal intelligence, we're now simply hive-minding ourselves together via the internet. So instead of like our brains continuing to evolve and become more intelligent, our hive mind of the internet is going to become more intelligent for us so that we don't need to be. Which I think is fascinating, by the way. Like, genuinely, I think that shit's fascinating. It's such a weird thought experiment. Is it? I don't know if that's a good thing, man. I mean, maybe, but... I mean, it's certainly gonna help. Like, the internet, in my opinion, is like the thing that's gonna keep us from killing each other in the long term. Okay, we ran out of material for swords. Oh shit, I do actually have some books. Damn. How many books are in the library? I didn't even realize I had books. Well, I do, apparently. We will become the internet. Now, see, I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon. I'm also very much not one of those, like, put my consciousness in a computer people. I'm not one of those people at all. So the ants were created? I thought you were going to say, and so mushrooms were created. Also, they evolved. None of us were created. Come on, please. Also, ants are awesome, by the way. Except for the part where they farm aphids on my frickin' plants. You have any idea how hard it is to clean aphid farms off of your plants? God, it sucks, man. Without pesticides as well. It's like, I'm trying to garden here without pesticides, and they're just like, yeah, about that. We're not gonna let you do that. Not even close. It's like, but, why? Just... So no, it's like having multiple personality disorder. If it's all good and fate, it's fine. But when it's going rogue, it's the problem. It's also, it's persons can't co-live with other people's realms. That too, yeah. You're no expert on the topic. Yeah, no, none of us are, I don't think. Okay, a child has entered into a strange mood. Oh, for a second there, I thought you claimed the clother's workshop, and I was really excited there. I was like, oh no, cool, something else. Oh, okay. I mean, so another interesting study that I was reading about is that humans are more lonely, more isolated, and more depressed in the last 10 years than the rest of our existence, from what we can tell, or at least the Western world is. And it's largely blamed on smartphones, specifically in school, for the entire world, except for Korea. Except for South Korea. Everywhere else in the entire world is significantly more lonely, depressed, and isolated than anywhere else except for South Korea. And the reason is because South Korea got smartphones like 5 to 10 years before the rest of the world did, largely. So they've had time to figure out how to use them properly, which I think is amazing. Irritated wearing old clothing. I mean, we are making new clothing. It's just taking a little bit. And I just think that that's funny. Our generation won't ever see it? Yeah, we will. Well, I mean, the smartphone depression thing, I don't know what I don't actually know what you're talking about, Alameyer. I lost the thread of what you're talking about. Unless you're talking about us becoming one with the internet. And then, yeah, maybe, but that's still science fiction at this point. And you know what? I don't want to live to see that. There's a lot of things that we won't ever see that I don't want to see. There we go. Let's get all that stuff dumped. That's soon? 2040 is not far away, dude. I mean, I'll probably still be alive in 2040. Bambool said the dwarven child has created Eurystigas, a bone animal trap, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Stakud Gearshot. An animal trap, eh? It's worth 27,600. This is a cat bone animal trap. All Krastorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of cushion-cut black pyropes, and on the item is an image of a cacao tree in cat bone. On the item is an image of an oval cabochon in kumquat wood. An unbreakable animal trap, which I will put up here for the time being so I don't forget about it. Or rather, don't lose it. You know, it's funny when people say that, Admiral. The big question is you say is how the advanced AI will see/treat us. It's already controlling us. Like that's the beauty of the world that we live in right now is we are already in the cyberpunk dystopia where AI controls everything. We already live in that world. Just people haven't noticed, which to me is like the like nail in the coffin proof that we are living in that world already. I mean, we're constantly working on machine learning to do that stuff. Alameyer. But it's a neat topic. Yeah, no, that's my favorite thing when people are just like, Abort, abort. Blind knows that we're all AI. No, you're not AI. Come on, man. You're nowhere near that smart. I like you, Diamond, but please don't give yourself too much credit. I mean, admittedly, me too. God damn. I know, right? Didn't have internet for 2 weeks because the first tech. Why is that always the case? It's always like I didn't have internet for X amount of days because the technician fucked up. But does that mean that your internet's working again, crazed? This shit, that fucking sucks, man. Well, just realize that the AI overlords are the ones that are making Facebook an insufferable mess, right? The AI overlords already exist. It's the algorithms that run all of our search engines. Those are the AI overlords. What's going on? We're just babbling about, existential dread and future crisis and the internet and humans evolving or not evolving and our fleshy meatbag brains being fleshy meatbag brains. Just, usual stuff. Light topics of discussion. I hope that your connection came back. But yeah, no, we already live in that world. We've lived in that world for a bit now. Like in a world where corporations can quite literally control elections by paying for advertising space, like, yeah, we're at that point. About the necromancers? Oh wow, that was a while ago. Trying to get power up and running. The goblins left because they killed each other. Smart AI would act dumb to protect itself. Well, also, as somebody I know who works in machine learning will tell you, we don't really have AI. We just have machine learning. People who call it AI just call it AI to sound cool. It's machine learning. I'm not going to say that I distrust technology because I literally stream on the video games on the internet for a living, but what I will say is I'm skeptical of technology. I'm kind of the anti-influencer in a lot of ways. I am the influencer who will tell you, uninstall social media from your phone, don't spend too much time on YouTube, and please don't waste your whole life watching my streams. It's like I love that people watch, and I love that people hang out, and I love that people talk with me, and I love that I'm able to do this job, but at the same time, I am paranoid almost every day that I am contributing to people's internet addictions. And I don't want to help you doom scroll into the endless abyss of the internet, right? If it's something that I genuinely feel guilty about, right? And my friend Rhinestone once told me that you're doing it, but you're doing it just to make a living, right? Like this is how you pay your bills, and it to a degree it is true, but I also feel guilty sometimes because I have people tell me it's like, oh, I spent X amount of hours watching your stuff the other day. It's like, well, that's great, and I hope that it was entertaining, but also don't neglect other parts of your life because you're watching my work. Please don't, So it's I constantly have this really weird I mean, if that's the thing though, right? If you're being productive outside of that, that's great. But if all you're doing is watching my stream, please go do something else. And unless for some reason you're unable to do other things, in which case I don't know what else to say. But it's do you kind of understand where I'm coming from with this? Where it's just find other things to do in life. No, well, it's less of an internet addiction and more of a device addiction, right? The internet's a tool. It's like saying that you're addicted to oxygen, but it is possible to just waste time on a device, computer, a phone, a tablet. It is possible to just waste away time and lose all productivity. So yeah, I do kind of agree with you that I think internet addiction is a bit too broad of a term, but I think that there is also a very real world where that is something that we as a species are currently dealing with and trying to figure out how to cope with and deal with and work around and not get lost in. Speaking of, a vile force of dankness has arrived. They are down at the bottom again. I'm assuming this is the same faction. Do they have breastplates? Iron gauntlets, low boots. No, they don't. Well, they're back. I don't see any dwarves on the surface. So let's just pull that lever. Let's just pull that oh, done. All right, sweet. Locked him out. But when I talk about internet addiction, I'm more talking about social media addiction than internet addiction. Oh, well, that's exciting. The forgotten beast, Alnos Sedmaisur, has come. A great blob composed of mud. It has a round shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly splottle. Well, not the scariest one. Also, it's pretty low down, so we can probably just completely ignore that one. It's just a blob composed of mud. Also, drum-bottled. The Book of Drum-bottled. Sounds like something you'd hear about in, like, Lord of the Rings. It's the good old Book of Drum-bottled. There are 11 books in the library. How lovely. All right. What was I doing? Yeah, sorry if internet addiction seemed a bit too broad term, but, like, it is a very real thing. And let's turn the power on, see how it flows. Let the whoosh begin. Boom. There it go. Allez, whoosh. Seems pretty whooshy. No, totally. I mean, Discord is, like, different than most social media. When I talk about social media addiction, I'm more talking about, like... I do definitely talk about Twitter, because I definitely have problems with Twitter, personally. Just because, like, that's a platform that causes me a lot of mental distress. But Twitter, I'm talking about Facebook. I'm talking about Instagram and the effects that has on people. I'm talking about... I honestly don't know enough about TikTok to really have an opinion on TikTok, but that's more what I'm talking about. Talking about, like, using all of your free time on just simply consuming other people's media. It's just like I don't really envy anybody who's raising kids. That shit's scary. Bye back, motherfuckers. Yeet. We're talking about internet addiction and other lovely topics. Are staying sane? Well, they shouldn't be on Facebook, step one. It's funny because, like, everybody has a reason for using Facebook, and every single reason I see that people use Facebook for, I can, like, find 3 reasons why you shouldn't and why you should use a different platform. Like, one of the best things I ever did in the past bunch of years, a bunch of peacocks are getting beaten up by trolls. Poor peacocks. One of the best things I've done in the last 10 years is getting my whole family off of Facebook and making a Discord server for my family. Like, me and my immediate family, my sisters, my mom and my dad, my little sister's boyfriend, and a few other members of my aunt and my uncle on one side, we all just have a Discord server now. It's one of the greatest things that we've ever done. It's like, we just type back and forth, we hang out, we talk, we occasionally do, like, group video calls on there. But it was a thing that I did the Christmas before the pandemic started. Because I was just like, yo, we like need some other way to talk that isn't Facebook. And it's one of the best things that I've ever done. I'm very, very, very happy that I did that. I did see them all turn over once. It's generating 500 power right now. It'll go up as the water flows. The only, and I've talked about this before when I've talked about how much I hate Facebook, but the only thing I genuinely, unironically miss about Facebook is I never get invited to birthday parties anymore. Because that's like the only way people and set up birthday parties these days is with Facebook. So it's like I haven't been invited to a birthday party since before I stopped using Facebook. And I stopped using Facebook primarily in like 2017, 2016-ish. That was when I kind of started stepping away from it, and I finally deleted it in 2018. But like, or sorry, 2019, end of 2019, I deleted it right before 2020 started. And it's like, it's just funny to me because like, birthday parties might as well not exist anymore as far as I'm concerned. You'd be happy about that? I don't have a lot of friends, so I treasure those things when people actually think to invite me to shit. Not that I ever went to them, it was just nice to be invited, you know? Like, it's not like I ever actually went to any of the birthday parties. It was just nice getting invites every now and again to things. I mean, why would I go hang out with a bunch of people that just want to drink and, like, sit on the floor? Like, fuck that shit. Rather go to a concert. But, like, it was nice to feel thought of, you know? To a cardboard, with a cardboard card inside of an envelope? They make those still? Also, what's an envelope? Never heard of it. Also, that's awesome. It's nice to hear that your son has friends. Be like, although I think that those are easier to get when you're still a child in school. So, anyway, this is getting a little dark, but. Kindergarten makes many friends. I think like that's like the main purpose of kindergarten is meet people and learn to talk. You know, get out of my house for a bit. Christ. All right. Well, that power is gonna start turning over. We'll give it some time. In before it doesn't actually generate enough power. That would actually kind of suck. Up to 84 dwarves with 18 children. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny because like a lot of the things that I believe in and a lot of the things that I talk about on my streams are like completely 100% counterproductive to like my career as a internet person. You know, it's like I've just kind of like put my foot down and it's like I'm never making an Instagram. I should really have an Instagram. I also kind of like want very little to do with TikTok. Like I will watch TikToks occasionally when they pop up on like my YouTube feed because they're kind of funny, but like I've got no real interest in ever installing that app unless for some reason I need to. I only really look at Twitter once a month or so now, and like usually when I look at Twitter now, it's to reach out to a developer to be like, "Oi, can I interview you?" But I keep Twitter signed out on all platforms. It's like my only social media really is Twitch and Discord. And Discord's nice because like it's more of like a chat room. Like you can just like lock social media out of Discord, really, unless like you go joining large community Discords and spend a lot of time in those. You can pretty much curate it to whatever experience you want, right? Oh, why do I always spell altar wrong? I was like, why can't I find altars? Because I'm spelling it wrong. Duh. Is RSS feeds? I mean, I use RSS feeds too. I don't really think of that as like social media. That's more like news sourcing. Speaking of RSS feeds and using up all of your free time, my podcast has a new episode up. Audio. Sometimes I think I should pay you for that. It's just mwah, on the timing. Just mwah. This is just fucking perfect. Oh. I completely believe you because delay is a thing. I was like, hey, you should listen to my podcast. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, I agree. Just, yeah, I know. It's funny because it's true, chat. Anyway, how are you doing, man? But I completely believe that you did not do that intentionally, so. And even if you did, I still high five. Let's bring in some more red. Or orange, I guess. Let's see how the dwarves like training. Why are you a wrestler? I mean, you have a steel short sword equipped. They're doing a dying demonstration. I can't wait for them to do a living demonstration. Let's let these dwarves go socialize for a little bit. There you go. Go socialize. There we go. Power is up and running now. That's the way I like to see it. You love to see it. You're liking this fort so far? Hell yeah. Yeah, me too. Although I need flow to go faster, so we're actually going to seal this off. Donk. Shut the power down in a bit. Hey, swordsman. Now those things. Anyway, audio, how's night shift been? How's your day been? How we surviving? Oh, it was just the one night? Okay, for some reason I thought you were on night shift all week this week. And it was easy peasy? Well, that's good. You know, I have this thing, and I've noticed it. It's a trait that I have. I don't know if this is a problem with me. It might be. I don't know. But I fall into certain speech traps, Hobo, where I will say a specific phrase or a specific sentence or a specific word, or like for a while there was bogus. I was saying the word bogus a lot. And I'll fall into it for like 6 weeks, and then I'll forget that phrase or word existed, and I will never say it again. And recently, yeah, I have been saying you love to see it, and I'm not sure why. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. But yeah, I do not know why I've been saying that. Got a capture card and cleaned up your desk space? Hell yeah. I did a lot of cleaning yesterday. I cleaned my bathroom. I didn't do laundry. I did buy soap though, so I could do laundry, but then proceeded to not do laundry. So I might actually do laundry tonight. I cleaned my bathroom. I cleaned my sink. I took out all the trash. I cleaned up my freezer. I defrosted my freezer. Yeah, yesterday was productive. I cleaned a bunch of my records, did a bunch of dusting, sweeped, vacuumed, mopped the floor. Figured someone brought it up. You know, earlier, not too much earlier today, we were talking about how humanity and our species is ceasing to evolve, and instead of evolving, instead of our brains evolving and us becoming more intelligent, we are simply evolving as a single unit with the hive mind of the internet. And I think this is just that acting up, where it's just like the hive mind of the internet has decided that you're gonna say you love to see it, and you know what, you love to see it. I have no fucking clue. He feels euphoric due to inebriation and blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom, and is interested after learning about kicking. Felt wonder after communicating with Toasted. Hell yeah. I like how you have to censor oof. That's funny to me. Very funny. Hashtag spoopy. What up, Riptorus? Also, Riptorus, I don't want to disappoint you or anything. There's no fuck. I do not care how good the race is going to be tomorrow. I am not, unless like for some reason I wake up naturally at 5 a.m. I am definitely not getting up at 5 a.m. Like I'd have to get up at like 4:45 to watch that. And you know what? 4:45 on a fucking Sunday for my least favorite circuit. No, not happening. EJ's been saying it. Hold on. Let's see if I can do the googs. You love to see it meme. Oh. No, your meme. Apparently, it was a post of "You love to see it" went viral on Reddit. Also, this page. I mean, it'll be a fun race, probably, just because of how weird the grid is, but it's also just a really crappy passing track. If it wasn't a crappy passing track, I'd get up. Like, if it was literally any other race on the year, I would get up for it, but nah. Yeah, sorry. Not gonna do it. Not worth. Oh yeah, no, I mean, I can start watching the replay an hour in. Oh, Moral, the dyer has gone into a fey mood. It's gonna become a liver. Never mind, there's a craft there. Yeah, no, chat earlier was telling me that I should HDR it and record it, or record it on VHS to watch the race. But, no, I've got automatic recording. Literally the only reason I watch F1, and I explained this to my mom, is like, it's like $80 a year to just watch it all live. Like, it's such a cheap sport to watch. Because F1 TV is such a good service. No, it's high speed Euro Twink. It's high speed Euro Twink soap opera. That's what F1 is. Speaking of high-speed Euro Twink soap opera, have you guys seen that Roman Grosjean's been referring to himself as the Phoenix? Rock, rock, jam, jam, leather, and cloth. What else do you need? Cut gems, okay. Tanned hides, gotcha. Yarn cloth, gotcha. Bones! Bones, 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 shit. Oh. Time to let you guys, out into the cavern there, I think. He's been, like, posting all over the internet about how he's the hashtag Phoenix. Which is kind of awesome. I mean, he did walk through a literal ball of fire, so... Because I am the man who walked through fire! Yes, Roman Grosjean, you are. You did indeed walk through an actual ball of fucking fire. So I've got a problem. This dwarf wants bones. I don't really want to go where I need to go to get him bones. I need more breeding animals. I think I might just let you die. Although, if you actually look at his posts on social media, says the guy who says delete your social media. Delete your social media. But if you do actually look at what he posts, it's kind of hilarious because it's like he's literally just he's in IndyCar now, right? And he's literally just the biggest American tourist in existence right now. Oh no, you have a loincloth. I'm so sorry. A dress, robes. But yeah, him and his wife have just been like touring across the states and like going to every single major landmark. Also, there was a pretty good picture I saw on the F1 subreddit, which was a picture of him and a whole bunch of IndyCar drivers at a barbecue. It's like, man, dude's just like living the high life now, and it's kind of nice. I'm happy shit worked out for Roman, because like, I don't know. To me, it kind of felt like racing for Haas is not fun. He looks like he's having a lot more fun. Also, chat, I need 3 more subscribers on YouTube to have 8,000. I'm just saying. If you're not subscribed on YouTube, you could help us hit 8,000. I started watching it and then realized, of course, like 80% of it's going to be in, maybe not, but a large portion of it's going to be in German. And I was just too fucking sleepy to watch subtitles, so I just went back to bed. Or actually, I just went to bed. I started watching it last night, but just kind of stopped halfway through and was like, I'm too tired for this. Subtitles are difficult for me. $8,000, Hobo? God, if I was close to 8,000 subscribers on Twitch, my God, I'd be rich. Well, not rich, but I'd be getting a good paycheck. Christ, 8,000. I mean, if you want to like gift a couple subs, I'm not gonna stop you. I should probably go get lunch though. Then YouTube, then 8K. Okay, I was gonna say. I'm just 3 subs away from 8,000 on YouTube. I mean, look at this. I'm just saying, look at that. That number could go up. It's just like Cookie Clicker, except you only make the number go up once. And then you can make it go down once, and then go back up, and then go down, then go back up. I don't ever actually look at that screen, though. Woo! That's Apple TV exclusive, isn't it? Hey, Riptress?
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Apple TV exclusive's not. Hell yeah, that's a boo. Small child just screamed, "Dog!" really loudly outside. Maybe he's saying dodge and I'm just misunderstanding, which would make that a lot funnier. Ah, you got it from Sweden. I understand. Bark, 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 bark. I just choose not to watch series that I don't have access to. What, the child screaming dog? Maybe he's not saying dog. I don't know what he's saying, actually. So, chat, on the topic of watching things legally, anybody want to do a super secret audience watch-along of The Matrix 1, 2, and 3? Is the dog still with me? She's not with me right now. She's been back at Mom's house since Sunday. I'm a little bit worried about taking care of her because there was like one day where she just like refused to eat all day, and I don't think it was because her food was turning. Like she seemed really nervous about being around me. Like she likes me. She's a good girl, but like she stresses very easily. So I will probably have her back, but probably not until like midway through next week, and then I'll have her up until I go on my vacation. Also, like, I can't leave her alone, so like grocery shopping becomes very difficult, for example, because if I leave the house for like more than a minute, she howls. I mean, BYOB? Diamond? I don't know what day. Probably a Friday, I would assume. Probably a Friday, like earlier in the day. Can't be this coming Friday because that's after hours. But we'll just watch the first one, then watch the second one another day, then watch the third one another day. Ugh. Because, you know, new Matrix is coming out. And we got to be prepared for the the incredibleness that movie is going to be. I saw somebody on in the YouTube comments on one of the copies of that trailer say, "Man, they're just gonna ham it up about leftist politics." It's like, man, clearly you never saw the first Matrix. Like, you obviously must have never seen the originals. It's just like those people that get really mad that System of a Down got all political with those 2 new songs that they put out. You've never watched The Matrix? I mean, I'm sure you know all the twists, right? Like, you know what The Matrix is, right? I mean, everybody's seen the memes. Really? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Huh. I mean, it's kind of like never seeing Alien but knowing what a chest burster is, you know? I mean, that's fine. You've seen Blade Runner, though. Now I need to be careful about not. I'm like actually kind of shocked that there are people here who haven't seen The Matrix, so I need to be careful about what I say now. Aren't we in The Matrix right now? I mean, we could be. We'd never know, though. Wake up. Wake up. Also follow the White Rabbit, chat. A friend of mine's getting a rabbit tattoo, and I was just like, follow the White Rabbit? And she was just like, you know, I didn't even think about that. Shit. I mean, Blade Runner doesn't make enough money to do a Blade Runner versus Alien. Although, isn't that kind of just that Weyland-Yutani show that they're making? Because they are making that. This is just going to be my hospital. I'm going to make this room into the hospital. Because currently it's that tiny room up here, but I don't want it to be this. Let's get rid of that. I mean, if there's ever a time to watch The Matrix, it's now. But I would also say that, like, I mean, I haven't seen the new one yet, obviously, because it's not out yet. But I don't actually know how easy it'll be to recommend that movie to people who haven't seen it. Also, the siege left, so I can let the outpost liaison out. Wait, you also haven't seen The Matrix, Axon? The fuck is this chat room? You guys haven't seen The Matrix? Like, not seeing Alien, I kind of understand, but like... And like, I mean, for me, The Matrix is like on par with the Blues Brothers, where like, have you really lived if you've never seen the Blues Brothers? Like, how do you live if you don't know what it means to be on a mission from God? Speaking of, I wonder if Evil Tricks actually watched the Blues Brothers yet. I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, like, as I love all three of the Matrixes, Delang, like, I love all three of them, and the Animatrix is fucking awesome, but, like, realistically, you could just watch The Matrix and be totally fine. Like, it's one of those series where it's like, yeah, you could absolutely get away with not seeing the second and third one. But like that first movie is like one of the best action sci-fi movies of all time. Just straight up. You know, like I was talking with my dad about it, and he's just like, and we kind of came to the conclusion that at absolute worst case scenario, it's just gonna the new Matrix is just gonna be a good action movie. Absolute worst case scenario. But there's like so many scenes in those first three movies that for the time are like some of the best action sequences in a movie just ever. Like, the reason to watch the second one is the highway sequence. That whole sequence on that highway is like, they literally built a highway in the middle of nowhere for that movie. Like, they built a fucking highway. That's just kind of awesome. Like, the movies just aren't made like that anymore. And it was like one of the last movies that was made like that, where they're like, yeah, okay, let's build an actual highway for a car chase sequence. What? It's like, what how do you do this car chase sequence? Oh, you know, just build 5 kilometers of highway. Because, like, that's the logical thing to do. Speaking of Star Wars, There's a rumor running around the video games rumor mill that Quantic Dream is making a Star Wars game. Quantic Dream being the people who made like Detroit Become Human, Beyond Two Souls, and all that shit. There's a big rumor running around that they're doing that, which is weird to me that they're actually letting them do that. They're trusting Quantic Dream with Star Wars. Although, then again, they gave Star Wars to EA, so, you know. Not that I really give a shit about what happens to Star Wars these days. I'm pretty much done with Star Wars. My childhood innocence when it comes to Star Wars is, like, completely destroyed and full of nihilism now, so... I'm looking for fool's gold, said nobody ever. Also, yeah, fuck Disney. Fuck Disney, do crimes. I think. That's how the saying goes, right? You've got two smalls. I don't know what that means. What's a smalls? Is a smalls the opposite of a bigs? Oh. I mean... Yeah, okay, I understand. As somebody who doesn't have kids, I have an unfair advantage there. Although, fuck Disney, buy them Lego. Problem solved. Just all the Lego. Lego's still wholesome, right? We don't have reason to hate Lego yet, do we? Just give the kids all of the Lego. God, that is so satisfying. Just watching that swarm of, like, yellow bricks fill that up. I'm surprised none of these have canceled yet. Two more subscribers until I hit 8,000 on YouTube's. Two more. Two more. I'm honestly just gunning for that 10,000 mark because that's like the next big milestone. All right. And I can fill this up with Cinnabar. Does war crimes to the bottoms of your feet? I have a life hack. Don't step on them. That's my life hack. I don't know how helpful that is though. Worse in the dark when I'm prepared. You know, it's funny. I've got memories of my mom refusing to come to tuck me in when I was little, because there was too much Lego in my room, and so I would have to like clear a path through the Lego on the floor of my room to get mom to come and say goodnight to me. True story. I think it's a perfect... Current day, I think it's a perfectly reasonable request. At the time, I thought she was so mean. Making me move my Lego. Let's make a traction bench. 5 of them. Two helms. Whoops. What, to step on Lego? Just be sure-footed and you're fine. And this is the hospital getting filled up. Let's see what we've got in the hospital so far. Got 1 splint, 2 crutches, no powder, no buckets, no soap. I mean, naturally, we're an evil fort, right? So obviously I'm going to put like red upside down crosses and stuff in places for reasons. It's phthalite. That's quartzite. All right, let's start covering up all this quartzite with phthalite. Oops. There we go. Putting everything away. But yeah, no, that's my hospital symbol. The upside down cinnabar cross. That's definitely my hospital symbol. That's the symbol of life and living, and definitely not death and undying. We certainly don't do dying presentations there. That only happens in the Farmers Guild. Actually, isn't that a Crafters Guild? What guild do they do the dying presentations in? Is it crafting or farming? It's like dyeing cloth different colors, right? Actually don't know. I need to stop hitting capital F. The Butcher's Guild? No, it's not the Butcher's Guild. What? No, definitely not. I'll just let those sort themselves out for a little bit first.
I'm actually amazed that so little of these are getting canceled. Also, frame rate's great on this fort still. All right, let's check on the water drain. Excellent. This is an awesome month for sci-fi lovers because Doom and Foundation comes out this month. Well, I mean, I will argue that Foundation not so much because Foundation is exclusive to Apple platforms, which sucks. And Dune, I hope, will not suck. Which I think is a fair thing to say about Dune. I think most people who are interested in Dune hope Dune won't suck. But I'm not certain that it won't suck just yet. I'm going to give it a little bit longer. Well, I'm going to give it like a few weeks after it releases. I need to hear public reception before I decide. Is it out? Well, if it's out, then it definitely hasn't made much of a splash. No, that's October. We're in September. It comes out October 22nd. I mean, Foundation is, but that show might as well not exist because it's on Apple products. Or it's exclusive to Apple products. So yeah, basically, as far as I'm concerned, for me, it doesn't exist. And Dune's not out until the 22nd. It's out where you're at? Well, here it's not out until the 22nd. Well, I mean, another reason to dislike the... How do I word it? The current world that we live in. Because they can't just do a global release. I mean, usually with that stuff, you kind of have to assume that it's going to be a different story, right? And all of those are always going to be interpretations, right? I mean, I don't think it's out in the States yet. Like, at all. I don't even know what pay TV is. What the hell is pay TV? I've literally never heard of pay TV before. Oh, that sucks, Delang. The Hobbit is possibly one of the most offensive things to come to modern television in the last 2 decades, in my opinion. Like, The Hobbit is the only time I've ever been so angry at a movie that I've, like, actively turned it off. Specifically the second one. I watched the whole first one because I saw it in the theaters. The second one, I turned it off. I was so mad at that stupid movie. Like, I was, like, unreasonably angry at that movie. Because, like, you know, the Lord of the Rings is so good. Like, why can't they just, like, you know, not fuck it up twice? I don't know. You have one job, and that's make a compelling film based on source material. And they're like, we have one job. It's make as much fucking money as possible. And you know what? what they tried to do, instead of just making a good film based on source material, which just kind of blows. So I've restricted the outflow so that it fills up more, with the hope, and I do mean hope, that we'll get more power generation out of this. Although I should rewatch The Arrival. Same director as Dune. I really, really liked that movie, and I'd like to watch it again. Speaking of sci-fi, when are we going to get another season of The Expanse? I'm assuming not for like 6 years because of the pandemic. So I'm looking forward to that. Interview with a Vampire? I've never even heard of it. Books often don't translate to great movies, though, in my experience. There we go. That's already got more power than it did before. Yeah, which apparently is out in all other regions. I'm actually like kind of salty about that now that I know that. Maybe like even unreasonably so, but like that just kind of sucks. To put it bluntly, that just kind of sucks. So 1400 power that's generating. We'll just let that pump for a little bit. And we'll see where that ends up. Trying to think of like other movies that got released in other. Oh, that Monster Hunter movie that came out a little while earlier this year that was absolutely horrendous that nobody liked, was released in China like a month and a half before the rest of the world. And then was like released directly to rental for here at way too expensive. Let's just make sure that we've got coffins free for that dwarf that's going to die soon. Toy axes, toy, rock, 10. Yeah, same Delang. What I don't understand is why they don't just make an animated. I mean, they already have that Monster Hunter anime, right? But why don't they just make like just an animated Monster Hunter? Like I feel like that it's impossible that could be bad. At least I feel like maybe I'm off base there, but like just make it animated. Like that's just it's so easy, you know. Like, I don't know. It just perplexes me that that somehow that's like impossible. The Mario movie cast is kind of great. Although the Mario movie is going to be fine. But you know what other movie's also fine? The fucking Angry Birds movie. It's an animated movie. Of course it's going to be good. Like, they're pretty, like, they've gotten pretty good at making those over the years, you know? Like, as much as, like, I hate the Minions, even the first Despicable Me is a perfectly watchable film. All right, so we're going to go steal some books. We're going to go after Blocked Bad. We're going to send both of my squads. Go on any adventure. And come back. Please. I mean, yeah, like it's virtually a blank slate, and you know, for as much lore as Mario has, even Mario's a pretty blank slate. Like you can do a lot with Mario, so of course it's that movie's gonna be good. They got a lot of money, they got a good cast. That movie's gonna be great. Like, I probably won't watch it, but that movie will be great. I haven't gotten high enough yet to like accidentally watch the Sonic movie, so. Although there's a fan re-edit of the Sonic movie, because of course there is, where it's just like Sonic, but they actually make it all about Dr. Robotnik instead of Sonic. And it's like a third of the length. It's like a 30-minute movie. I mean, that's not really a skull. They're more just half circles, but also as somebody who's not a fan of Undertale, I'm sorry. I mean, you could just say Sonic sucks and we'd all just smile and agree. No, it is not a sand skull. I kind of despise Undertale. So, no, that's not what that is. It's simply a circular, interesting pattern with... do you want me to time you out? Like, I don't appreciate this. No, that's not what that is. And if you think you're hilarious, then that's fine, but you're not. No, that's not what that equals. Movie doesn't feel real? I don't know if I agree with that. It's definitely real. I mean, in order for them to save it, it would need saving in the first place. I don't think that movie needs saving. But no, again, I have a pretty unironic large dislike of Undertale, so I will never create anything with the inspiration of Undertale behind it. Like, I realize that that game is really good for what it is, but that fandom just irks me. It's kind of the same reason that I refuse to associate with anything Rick and Morty related. It's like, I realize that there are people that really, really like that thing, but like... The people who like it too much ruin it for everybody else. I'm not sure who that is. Lake Bear? I wonder if there is. Sure. Like, I acknowledge that it's probably just a pun, but you also need to realize that, like, you state that it's a thing, and then I say, that's not that what that is, and then you state, but it's that, right? So you're going to get me rolling my eyes and squinting at you. And if you don't want me rolling my eyes and squinting at you, then don't do that. But I acknowledge the pun. The forces of Reigns of Terror searched, blockaded bad. The knowledge of the monastery. Monastery before and after. Captivated by the author. Lathering in blockade bad. This is a monastery, all right. Oh, I haven't thought about a Kanye West song since he was on the radio in 2008, so I tend to just forget that Kanye West exists, and I generally benefit for it. And I've got a dwarf that has claimed a mason shop. So is that a Honda, an album dedicated to a Honda that he forgot how to spell? I'm sorry, what? A goblin diplomat, eh? Oh, right. Wait. The royal keeper of the seal. A human goblin diplomat has arrived. Human factions goblin diplomat has arrived. Huh. All right, well. Is it? Huh. I mean, good for him. I just, yeah, I don't know. I don't have any real thoughts on Kanye. I know almost nothing about him, and I don't really follow his work, so. Like, it's, I don't really have anything particularly against him, and I don't really pay any attention to him, so. I can't oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, right, duh. I was like, why did my Baron lose all of his stuff? It's because I sent him out on a raid. And in that time, somebody else claimed his his bedroom, which I think is kind of funny. Well, if he's not coming back, gotta claim your bedroom. Imagine just like leaving on a raid as the Baron and you're gone for 2 months, and by the time you come back, someone else has just like claimed your bedroom. Mine now. I don't know. I don't really care, to be completely honest, Lake Bear. It's not something I have a say in. Baron is sleeping and this goblin is just staring at him. With his swordsman defender. That's just kind of amazing. All right, I have to take a leak. I'll be back in a sec.
nuclear vessels.
Greetings, noble dwarf. There is much to discuss. That's new. This is such a pleasant place you've carved out here for yourselves. There's much to share. Information has been added to the Civilization World Info. It has been an honor. I bid you farewell. You can't even show it to your coworkers. I have a question. RNF. Why? Why can't you show it to your coworkers? Are you scared they'll judge you or something? Like, we are in a generation now where being nerdy is cool. You know? Like, when I was at, like, elementary school age, you would get bullied for playing video games. And now we live in an era where it's like, everybody plays video games and it's commonly accepted that, like, that's a normal thing that people do. About fucking time. So why can't you just tell your coworkers about this game? And gotta go to bed. Oh no! Well, you have a good night. Sleep well. Why is it a problem that they look at you weird? Well, it's like it's not a sin to look at somebody weird. But I mean I guess I can agree. Also, I've also never actually worked in a job or a situation where I've even given a like the smallest level of shit of what my coworkers thought of me. So I've never been in a job where, like, I've cared what my coworkers think about me or say to me or have opinions of me. It's like, as long as I can show up, do my job, and go home, I could care less. So maybe I've never worked in that kind of situation. Also, most of the people I worked with just played League of Legends, so most of the jobs I had, it was just constant chatter about League of Legends. Now I would assume it would probably just be Fortnite or Among Us. Good evening, Katsu. How are you? I hope sleep was good. Fast up. Also, you don't know until you try it, right? Fair enough. You don't know until you try it. Also, don't show them ASCII. Show them like a Krug Smash video or something. Like if you're actually like hanging out with your coworkers, like show them a Krug Smash video. Because then it's like an animated cartoon plus some ASCII in the background for you know, necessary aesthetic. But I don't know. The Steam version is still a ways off, I think. As Alexandra, the Kid Fox community manager, said in my chat the other day, it's not a long ways off, but it's still a ways off. And assuming everything keeps going according to plan, we'll play it eventually. But this year, next year probably. Likely, even. It's just, you know, it's almost impossible to confirm. I would say Factorio is very similar levels of nerdy to Dwarf Fort. Especially because, like, if you play Factorio, like, Factorio, there's a lot of modding, right? In Dwarf Fortress, like, just don't show them ASCII. Just show them, like, Meph's tile set or something, you know? Show them, like, Space Fox. Show them, like, something like that, you know? Like, don't show them vanilla DF. Just show them a, some sort of custom tile set that looks more video gamey instead of, well, as somebody in my chat said a while ago, which I think is bonkers, glorified JavaScript, which I think is ridiculous, but Dwarf Fortress looks beautiful, I'll have you know. Also, the general response I get from people who hear that I play Dwarf Fortress is either, I love Dwarf Fortress, or, what the fuck's a Dwarf Fortress? At which point I just simply educate them for a minute, and then they look at the game and go, oh, and then they don't talk to me ever again. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you shouldn't tell people that Dwarf Fortress exists. Because you just kind of get relegated to being that weirdo who lives in their mom's basement. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. That's a lot of wood. Wait, what's hilarious? Axon? Revealing the 20+ year behind the times horrors that you often work with. Sounds like the shit my dad works with. Like most of the injection molding machines my dad works on are like running on Windows 98, Windows 95. Oh, glorified JavaScript. I mean, usually people who say that DF looks like a programming language have never programmed. Like DF looks nothing like. DF doesn't even look like a text editor. Replacing that's installed 4 years before you were born. Yep. Yeah, it sounds about the same as where my dad works. All right, we can trade. Ooh. That's pretty badass. Mestos Rulvush Vutok, the militia commander, has created Rorashdan, a Fellite door, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's a fucking door, hell yeah. So happy right now. I can't even. It's worth 22,800. This is a Fellite door. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Fellite cabochons and decorated with giant mongoose leather, mango wood, and encircled with bands of mango wood. This object menaces with spikes of Fellite, mango wood, and the artwork on the on the item is an image of dwarves in Udiltur's wolf leather. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Dark Cosmos by the Reigns of Terror, of the Rag of Suns in the early spring of 550. On the item is an image of the organized flames in platinum. The shield is... the organized flames, the platinum shield, and mango wood. That is badass. Okay, I'm going to give this dwarf a nickname for that. We're going to call you Portal. And we are going to build a doorway into the caverns. Just need to make sure it's the right door. There you go. Well, technically, it's their house. You moved in during COVID. I mean, like, there's no fucking shame in that whatsoever. Just to be completely clear. Like, I've thought about it a couple of times. But I like my independence too much. And I have a really nice apartment. All right, there you go. It's now a forbidden locked door. All right, let's finish trading first. And then we'll go adventuring out into the caverns. Need more toy axes? All right, let's just trade first. Platinum, rose gold, gold, bronze, copper, black bronze, platinum, copper, rose gold, iron, electron, and then, you know what? Let's just do all of these. But yeah, no, I can completely relate. Like, the fucking pandemic's been absolute garbage for everybody. I'm one of the very fortunate people who, you know, I have a job and get to do this job because people on the internet pay me to do it, right? And unfortunately, when the pandemic happened, everybody was stuck at home. So what are you going to do when you get stuck at home? Watch Twitch. So to a degree, I would say that the pandemic in some ways was kind of a benefit to me. You own an apartment, but you go there like once or twice a month. Okay, now that I'm curious about. Why? Now let's send this squad out. Going there more when this thing ends? Yeah, that's fair. I would definitely be doing something with it, though, personally. If I owned an apartment, I would be renting it at the very least. No point in just letting it sit there. Someone needs that space to live. Alright, so the gist that I get is that there is just like no space. To go anywhere. So let's just start digging out the caverns here. Like, actually being in the incredible position of being able to own a space to live is something that a lot of people envy, you know? Like, I wish I could afford to own a place, but I just can't, probably won't for a very long time. As much as I'd like to. I'm just lucky to have this place to rent. One day. Maybe. If luck prevails. Need to not mine out the upper layer, otherwise I'm going to be mining into my own fort. I'm just realizing. Gotta just dig this out. But the mistake that you've made in that sentence, though, is this thing's never going to end. We're going to be dealing with COVID outbreaks for a decade because people are so stupid. Like, it'll be 10, 15 years from now, and we'll be reading in the paper about how there was or on the internet about how there's a outbreak in X country or in this place or in that place. It's just going to keep happening. Like, and that's not even me just being a nihilist. That's just a fact. It's just going to keep happening. Go make your dinner, Audio. We'll see you when you get back. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And there's a very simple reason for it, and it's people who are just too arrogant to actually go get vaccinated. That's literally all it is. But, you know, such is life. Take care of yourself, stay healthy, be safe. It's quite literally it. Man, having an artifact door is fucking wonderful. There's a cave crocodile. Let's grab cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, cage trap. Cage wood. Let's make 10 wooden cages. And begin mining this stuff out. Gotta be careful of the cave crocs, though. Nearest one's fortunately pretty far away. Well, I'm not too worried. Where you can work from anywhere? Yep, same here. As you said, you design trucks, yeah? That's pretty badass. Although I'd assume at some point you need to go into a factory, but... Oh, system developer, okay. My only experience with that sort of stuff is American Truck Simulator. I can't even drive, so all of that stuff is an absolute mystery to me. My uncle owned a Volvo once. Uh-oh. Cave crocodile bit one of my dwarves. Where did it go? it's in the water now. If it pops out, maybe we need to take her out. Here it comes. Get him, boys. It's fighting with my dwarves now. Here comes the sword dwarves. And they killed it. Get that stupid thing dealt with. Looks like we do have 1 injury. 2 injuries. I don't have a leatherworks? Well, that explains why nothing's getting done on that front. Let's just get some stuff done. We need cloth. System that identifies bottlenecks and optimizes robots that assembles trucks. Cool. Sounds similar to, like, well, similar-ish to what my dad does. My dad works in robotics and automation for injection molding. Or specifically, the place he works for does injection molding. My dad works in robotics and automation. It's an interesting field. I know a little bit about that stuff, but not much in the grand scheme of things. My knowledge in those fields is minimal. Minimal at best. Let's just get this done first because I'm curious. Just want to know what's on the other side of this. I just want to know. Also, I don't think that DF's the nerdiest game. I think NetHack is significantly nerdier. Like, if I were to, like, actually, chat, here's a question. What do you think is the nerdiest game ever made? Because to me, I think it's, like, a pretty solid tie between Aurora 4X and NetHack. Eve? Yeah, actually. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. Scratch all that. Eve is the nerdiest game ever made. You are probably completely correct there. Although I could see an argument to be made for Star Citizen. I'm just gonna wall this off. I could see an argument for Star Citizen. But yeah, Eve is indeed pretty fucking nerdy. WoW has the stereotype. WoW isn't nerdy at all. WoW is like the Marvel of MMOs. I theoretically would have loved EVE Online, but I played it at a time when I was still at the whim of my parents' credit card because I wasn't legally employable yet. And by the time I went and started getting jobs, I was kind of uninterested in MMOs anymore. I'd ceased being interested in that sort of game. Define nerdy? Let's go by your definition of nerdy. What do you think of when you think of a game that's nerdy? WoW is a casual EverQuest? Not even. Not even. Well, Progress Quest is a casual EverQuest. I thought this dwarf was depressed. They're just carrying a gem. Wait, if WoW is casual EverQuest, then what the fuck is RuneScape? Because, you know, I would also say that old school RuneScape is pretty fucking nerdy. I don't know who either of those people are, Aaron F, so. Because it doesn't care for looks. The games have to be pretty, though, to be nerdy. I mean, like, I would say that being way into Star Citizen is also pretty fucking nerdy. Just because of how pie in the sky silly that game is. And that game is really pretty looking already, even though it's like completely unfinished. It's like Hearthstone to MTG. I don't know if I would give Hearthstone that much credit, man. All right, let's do this and that. I'm trying to have a way, or I'm trying to have sealed off caverns is what I'm trying to do, if anybody's wondering. Trying to build caverns that we can very easily control what goes in and what goes out so that we can have access to the majority of it. Or a large part of it, at the very least. There we go. Let's get all that covered. I don't know. I guess in the current year, I would be more... I mean, okay, I know who Jeff Kaplan is. I don't know who the other guy is, but... I don't know. I just... don't meet your heroes, I'll put it that way. Fair enough. I'm not a Blizzard person, and I've never been a Blizzard person, so I've been watching that stuff from a distance going, I recognize some of these names, but, like, that's more of a workplace culture problem than the individuals who work there. One of my friends has my favorite video game I played games with X-Person Flex, which is a friend of mine got gifted a copy of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds by PlayerUnknown. Let's change the subject because it's not relevant to the stream in the slightest. Fair enough. No point in just dragging people that I've never interacted with that are probably paying for bullshit that they've done. I deal with enough of those people in my industry. I don't need to deal with more. I want slate doors. Asinine shitheads just give people who try to be good people a harder time at life because then you get assumptions made about everybody. It just kind of sucks. Being blunt. Just kind of sucks. It's like now everybody needs to tread lightly because some people are assholes. It's the reality of it. All right, well, so far so good. Claiming the caverns. The power of Dwarf. Let's start building outwards. I mean, forgotten beasts and flying creatures will still be able to get over top, but for right now, this is the best we can do. Interrupted by cave crocodile. Where? Send the military down here. Knock him out. Come on, Dwarf. You knocked it. Good stuff. Did you clonk him in the head? You did! Punches the cave crocodile in the head with the right hand, bruising the muscle. Excellent. Dwarf just punched him in the head. Good work there, little Dwarf. Cave crocodile is now charging. Military comes in and cuts it up. Good work, dwarves. Vengeful when joining an existing contract. And angry dwelling upon joining an existing conflict. Interested after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance, but vengeful after joining an existing conflict. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Interested near a fine door. Well. What, punch the crocodile in the head? It's the, it's like the crocodile hunter of Dwarf Fortress. Just punched in the head. Crocodile wanders around in a daze. Got him! Got him. Now we just need to clean that blood up at some point. What are you doing with that? Oh, you're dumping it. Gotcha. Okay. Let's go around the edge here. Also, hey, Listless. I hope you've been well. Oopsies. I mean, I would find that pretty satisfying. Like, if I got attacked by a crocodile and punched that crocodile in the head, and that crocodile got dazed and then left me alone after that, I think I would probably brag about that for literally the rest of my life. I don't know about you, but that would be like a defining moment of my life. If I punched a crocodile in the head and it just like went and then walked away, yeah, I would brag about that every opportunity I get for the rest of my life. No questions. 100%. You knock a croc. Yeah, exactly. Also, hey, Hover. Speaking of cats, did you see this, Bastet? The Greater Vancouver, or the Vancouver subreddit is very funny. People are largely unaware of the cat and of the cat Earth and its implications. All I can say is that I like the idea of that Australia as a yarn ball. You're signing up to that above flat Earth. Oh, what, cat Earth? Yeah. Cat Earth theory is a pretty good theory, to be fair. How about cookie Earth theory? That's an important question. If it's soft and doughy on the inside? Cookie Earth is only good if it's a macadamia nut cookie Earth. Because macadamia nut cookies, S+ tier cookies. I don't get to eat a lot of cookies because of dietary restrictions, but I can confirm that macadamia nut cookies are S-tier cookies. And as much as you don't want to, you also can't change my mind, so please don't try. The esophagus of cat earth. I don't know what that would mean for you, so I'm not going to make any assumptions. You get some molten chewy dough below. This is like that's almost on the same level, Hobber, as like Cheese Moon. The moon being made of cheese. Shoutouts to Wallace and Gromit. Let's make a raising bridge. You know what? I don't actually need to chop any of these down. It's fine. Your childhood and claymation. Yeah, it's so good. God, Wallace and Gromit is wonderful. Chewy is all right. Man, volcanoes just got very different when you think about it. It's the wrong trousers. Yes, it is indeed the wrong trousers. Ah, God. Didn't a lot of the original, like, versions of Wallace and Gromit get lost due to a fire or something? I remember reading about that. Or, like, a lot of the original tapes and stuff got lost. Which is unfortunate. Let's just gather some plants. So we got a bunch of plants that can be gathered. We can make dye and other things. A lot of dimple cups. Yeah, a lot of dimple cups. Pigtails and dimple cups. Pigtails and dimple cups. Let's do all that. Get all that dye. We can dye some stuff. And only then can we live. Oh, that's all good. Don't worry about the caps. We weren't playing any other game. I wouldn't warn you about the were-rabbits, but it's DF, so you gotta look. Were-deer are the only things that we've seen. And in fact, the were-deer are kind of like an insurgent force so far, because the goblins raided us last year, and we just locked the front door and hid underground, as any smart dwarf should. And then the goblins started turning into were-deer, and they ended up killing themselves before they actually bothered us. So it was kind of fine. Is anybody hauling that that head? There you go. Stinky crocodile head. Yeah, the one of the most shocked moments of my life, Hobber, was when I saw a werewolf in Dwarf Fortress. That is the most shocked I've ever been when playing this game. Because it was like, wait, hold on a second. An actual werewolf? With eyes that glow dark brown? How does something glow dark brown? It's Probably like more of a gold, I would assume. It would end up being much more like gold. Yeah, no, totally. Like just straight up a werewolf. It was literally just like a werewolf has come. Its eyes glowed red, and I was just so shocked when I saw it. It didn't even make it to the fort. It died before it made it to the fort. But I was just so shocked that there was an actual real life werewolf in my fort. Sure, but like I would imagine that it would be like a poopy gold, rusty gold, dark gold. Yeah, no, gold is indeed a color, but I'm trying to think like how I would describe dark brown glowing, and probably a gold-ish color. I need those bridges to go get done. Auto fortress plugin that let you run for an afternoon and evening. Fortress survived because Weregecko is at least one of the survived a long time. I survived a were creature attack once that managed to get in my fortress. It's pretty rare that they get into the fortress, but I had one that got into the fortress, and we survived the attack because it ran up to one of my dwarves, punched him, took his leather cap off of his head, and then proceeded to run around whipping my dwarves with the cap, and the combat log was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It was literally just like smacks. It's like the creature smacks the dwarf with the leather cap, and the attack is deflected by armor. It was like just on repeat. It's like attacks, deflected, attacks, deflected, attacks, deflected, attacks, deflected, attacks, etc. It was very, very funny. Or at least I thought it was very funny. Brown isn't the real color, it's really dark orange. Then what is black? You're captivated by the author. Written on the item contains a 30-page essay entitled Captivated by the Author. It is authored by Osta Growl Monsters. It concerns the authoring and records of Blockade Bad by the Goblin Osta Growl Mothers in Blockade Bad in the mid-spring of 277. The writing is full of force. Overall, it is splendid. Splendid? You don't see that very often. It's very talented writing. All right, give it up. Go up here. Let's check. What's the status of our cloth? I mean, brown is a color. See, I'm hovering over brown right now. At least I think. Unless, like, my mind's about to be blown up. Group of unequipped dwarves try to wrestle with a large, savage crocodile, and the fortress didn't last well. They died of dehydration through punching a croc. I had a undead tortoise walk into one of my forts once. Undead giant tortoise. And I set both of my squads to go fight it. They fought with it until they all started tantruming because they just couldn't kill it. Like, literally all of their attacks with their steel weaponry was just constantly being deflected. I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Wait, what? Why are you here? Give me metal, I suppose. What time of year is it? Early autumn? Oh, maybe they are actually here. Oh, guess they are. Totally missed where they showed up. Doran says, Toa said, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. We need earrings and toy axes. Toy, rock, 10, earring, rock, 3. Oh, you're more than welcome to spam my chat. I won't be playing this much longer, though. I'm going to be jumping over to Conquest of Elysium, because I would like to finish my Cobalt run. But I mean, I don't know, like, what makes you think that babbling in the chat is a bad thing? Like, babbling in the chat is the reason I stream. If I didn't want people babbling in the chat, I would be on YouTube. I mean, come on, let's be honest. I don't know. You choose. Diamond. A jabberer? Oh, it's way down. Jabberers are fun, but also dangerous, so gotta be careful. But we'll be playing more of this fort tomorrow. This is just my weekend fort, so I'll be playing this fort every weekend. From here, basically, until, well, from here, basically, until the end of October. A little bit offended that the dwarves haven't started working. Or finished working on those bridges yet. Maybe I need another architect. That might be it. But regardless, we're in the year 555. We started on the year 553. The year's almost over, and we made some good progress. We got the pumps up and running, which are, or not the pumps, but the water wheels up and running so we can power stuff, which we will be working on next time. We got sieged twice and dodged both the sieges. Forgotten Beast appeared and immediately vanished because it's in the lower cavern layer that I don't have access to just yet. And we got a Baron. I would say that the Reigns of Terror and Dark Cosmos are doing quite well. I would say. So, with that, I think it's time that we save and put a marker in the chat so that I remember where to cut the VOD. And we're swapping games now. If you're here specifically for Dwarfs, I can very easily recommend Distracted Elf or RNG Strategist, which are both very entertaining streamers. But I hope that you'll stick around. And if you do, can I get a round of beers? If you're planning on sticking around, that is. Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. But me over here, I'm just going to wait for DF to save, which is going to take it a minute. And then we're going to go play some Conquest of Elysium. We're going to go Conquest the Elysiums. It should be fun, I think. Because I started up that Cobalt run a little while ago, and we got to work on that. And of course, if you go over to my YouTube channel, there's more Dwarf Fortress than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. More rocks? I mean, whatever works. Literally,